One.
How it do, how it be, how it is, everybody. Welcome in and welcome back. It is Tuesday, which means we're jumping in to Doom Scroll, one of our amazing summer series we got going on here on the show, as we are in between seasons. On season, I'm Sir Feffers running 4 weekly streamed campaigns, but that might be crazy, you might say. And it is, which is why I need to take the summers off. And in the meantime, the illustrious, the sneaky, the dastardly, the Ben Brainard is running this summer series, reprising for the 3rd time the Hightower series. I am so stankin' excited. If you want to get caught up on any of this summer series, you can find it on the YouTube, as well as the previous campaigns that give context to this show. If you would like to join our community, you can join us on the Discord, where not only do we have a phenomenal community that is both chaotic and wholesome, but we also have, let me hear it, bingo.
Bingo!
Thank you.
Bingo!
And
Bingo!
we all take our bingo very fucking seriously. And I think that's it for me. Let me throw it over to Ben.
Hi, my name is Ben Brainard. I am DMing for the 3rd year in a row, Summer on Laurent, aka Paris, France, aka Laurent. I think, how's about this? I will do the general recap for everybody who's joining us for the first time. Not last week's recap, but just kind of like the general, like, what is Laurent? What is Archid? And then I will pass it over to you guys. But before I do that, I'm a stand-up comedian. I'm almost always on tour. My special is out on YouTube if you want to go watch my special. It's called What a Mature Child. It's free, and just look up my name. It'll be there. With that being said, if this is your first time, welcome to Archid. Archid is the capital city on the island of Laurent. Laurent is the middle of the ocean that has been inhabited by peoples. Laurent is in the middle of an ocean and is an island that has been inhabited by people seeking refuge from persecution. Religious, racial, legal, doesn't matter, don't ask. 40 years ago, an evil wizard discovered a new power and took over the city. 30 years ago, some adventurers came together via unexpected circumstances, got over their differences, and started, then also ended, a rebellion against the wizard, or as I like to call it, Girls' Night. 20 years ago, some nerd built a device that talked to her dead dad, but the device went haywire and weakened the yoke between the planes, and the multiverse started crashing into itself. The nerd and her friends got together and fought an evil god and fixed the multiverse. Unfortunately, they probably should have gone for the head. And that leads us to now. Before we recap from last week, let us meet our players. We'll start with Feff.
Back to me. Heck. I'm Sir Feffers. I'm on the Longshot table. I already did all this. I'm playing Letto, the sea cow. Letto Errant is a Firbolg, is a piratey boy, a watery, crunchy, salty, homeless druid man. He's kind of the oddball of this group. The group is kind of got their shit together, and Letto doesn't really put his shit together. Kind of lets it just go everywhere. Over to you, Annie.
Hi, I'm Annie. I'm a teacher and an editor, and I'm a top 1% effects creator on TikTok. You know, those little things that flip over your head, make it look like a wicked mirror, makeup, or give you funny hats. I make those. But chat probably knows me as Twitch Mod Here to Learn 5. You can find me on all platforms as Here to Learn 5. I'm playing Paella, Mignonette, Brigitte Reynaud, which is a mouthful, so she just goes by Pie. She's a Leonin Incarnation Domain Cleric, and her deity is something else. See me.
Hi. I don't know why I was like, had food in my mouth and I hadn't chewed yet. And now I'm chewing. Hello. My name is Omega Jones, also known as Critbard. Critbard across all social media channels, professional active vocalist, tabletop professional, jack of all trades, master of like 3 of them, playing Ric Femine II, or as known to this group, Rick. Who is a order of aspect control wizard. I think that's what it's called. Which means, I don't know. We'll find out next time on Dragon Ball Z. Excited to be with this group. That's a lie. Excited to be in the school. That's probably also a lie. He's here.
You're happy to be away from that old professor that you came here to get away from.
Yeah, very that. But now toss it to the best boy, Olok, aka Chezaidan.
Hello, everybody. My name is Chezaidan. You can find me everywhere at Chezaidan, mostly just on TikTok, though. I am playing Olok, my Kerell monk. He is rock. Also likes to be a part of this group. He's having a good time so far. I'm loving the group's dynamic, and I'm excited for this episode.
I just got an email today saying that this Twitch channel is in the top 7% of all Twitch channels, and I didn't believe it. I had to do some research, and turns out there's a lot of Twitch channels out there, and there's only like 200 that are like in the thousands regularly. So like,
wow.
I guess we're doing great, gang.
Hey, we're killing it. We're killing
in the
it.
top 1% for years and years running of the D&D Twitch category. So, big us, big us.
Look at us. Look at us.
Thank you for the sub.
Look at us.
Oh, Taff, thank you for the gifted subs. Back to you, Ben. I'm excited. I'm
Thanks.
scared.
I don't know how to take the energy with which you said my name there, but
I was fighting the urge to say Benji again.
fair enough. Here is our recap from last week. Last week, we met our party. A half-elf wizard who thinks that reading is a personality trait left his modest life as the assistant to a surprisingly smart wizard, emphasis on surprisingly, to join a school on an island far, far away. He joined the rest of the wizards, and I can only imagine his reaction was similar to Belle the first time Beast shows her his library. Quote, I am suddenly willing to overlook a lot of red flags. He met a nerd and a lion who pulled a prank on him that did not involve a potato sack, and then he got a mysterious letter that he read and then lit on fire like a message in a Mission Impossible movie. We also met a Kerell monk who speaks in the third person like Elmo, or Jack from Fight Club. Can't wait to find out which side of the mental health line he sets his pebbles down on. He left his hometown because, and say it with me now, men. White men on a mission in an area that doesn't belong to them specifically. Stop me if you've heard this before. He's at the school because he wants to find peace, and in order to do that, he has to learn the language of the white man so they can come to an agreement. And as we all know, the language of the white man is violence. Yay! A Leonin cleric from a small village in a swamp on a different plane of existence who worships a god who sometimes forgets he's a god and honestly only has godhood because he committed to a bit way too hard that the gods themselves had no choice but to respect it. She accidentally tripped and fell into the final 30 seconds of Adventure's Endgame 20 years ago, and then nobody believed her until she pet a flying alligator and ended up in the pub at the end of the universe watching Jaws with a gnome and a cat. She's in school now to learn how to be a god in her own way, since her god isn't all that good at it. She wants to save her parents, we think, but all we know so far is that at the end of last week, she got hungry. And finally, a bugbear druid pirate. I don't know what else to say about this one. His parents were naive enough to tell him that he could be anything he wanted to be when he grew up, so he became a pirate. He joined the school because there's another pirate here, and obviously that other pirate has buried treasure somewhere.
I'm gonna find that
Maybe.
treasure. I'm gonna get them
Together-
Lucky Charms.
Together, the gang was told to go find a thing that may or may not exist and do it on one weekend because they have a test on Monday. They found a tracker, they found a crystal, they found a potato sack, they found passing info about the news scrolls, they found out that Rick is inconclusively here and so is Archid. They did not find the Muffin Man or the lady that lives in a shoe. In their defense, they were not asked to. They split up to pack at home before going out on an adventure to track a thing, maybe. Olok and Letto did so fairly uneventfully. Rick found a mysterious note, and Pi had a conversation with a lesser god. Pi. Hunger spoke briefly to you, and Mentiroso showed up quickly. All traces of the cold and emptiness that comes with those interactions has slowly subsided, and you can now feel the warmth of the sunlight on your fur coming in through the window. The song of the birds outside, all signs that the world kept spinning while you were spiraling. Is there anything you'd like to do before regrouping with the party?
Well, Pi is going to kind of stand there in the middle of this room and realize she's going to look around and realize that once again, she's been abandoned by Mentiroso, given no direction, no resources, and no support as she tries to figure out what in the heck to do with this new information. He basically said, "Hey, was that him?" I said, "Yeah." He said, "Okay, cool, bye," and that was it. And she wonders, hey, did he come because I called him, or did he come because it's part of his, hunger-based agenda? And so she shivers a little bit. The room is still just a tiny bit cold, and then she realizes, wait a minute, I'm not alone anymore. And she stops and yells, "Arctreon."
Not even a full second goes by, and your bedroom door flings open, and Arctreon is standing there at full posture, and the hairs of his mane are standing up on end. It's a marked detraction from how he normally carries himself. It's a sight that makes you understand how people can be fooled by Clark Kent.
Mm-hmm.
His eyes are wide, his nose is flared. He's taking in as many markings from the environment as possible. His eyes don't fall upon you, but he does ask, "Is he still here?"
I don't know. I heard him in my head. I don't know what that means. I don't know anything about this guy other than you guys got rid of him a while back. So I don't know why he's here. Menti was here shortly. He popped in, he popped out. I don't know what to do. What
There's
do I
a
do?
moment where he takes a deep breath and he puts his big old lion paw on your shoulder. He says, "The only thing I know that it means is that I should have gone for the head when I had the chance. He's gone now, and you're fine. The best thing you can do to spite him is live your life as if he's not involved in it at all."
Are we talking about hunger or are we talking about Menti?
Yes.
Okay. She's going to start loading her pockets. She's going to find her keys. She's going to make sure she's got the crystal that she was given. She's going to look over at her adventure bag, and she's going to briefly wonder if anyone has ever asked Little Bonbon on an adventure, because he's so thorough when he packs these things. I wonder if he's ever been on one himself. And she's going to take a deep breath. She's going to straighten out the covers on an outrageously huge bed. It is truly enormous. Turn around to Arctreon and say, okay, I'm gonna do this.
Go get him. Oh, and then he reaches up for a shelf and he grabs like a small like ball of yarn and he hands it to you. And he goes, "There's a lot more downtime on these things than you think there's going to be."
Thanks.
The
And
wisdom of
she's-
age.
Wisdom
Yes.
of the ages, ball of yarn.
Yarn.
I'm gonna just kind of add it to my adventure bag and sling it on my back and be like, I don't know what maybe by then, I don't know. But I'll be back.
Have fun. Don't die. That would be annoying.
I'll try.
I love the idea of like in the future you use it in like a life-saving moment, and Archeron, whatever he's doing, it just goes. The prophecy is filled.
You never know.
It's like the sense.
Rick,
Yes.
you watch as the fire spreads across the note as it falls to the floor.
Mm-hmm.
Some of the ash rising gracefully into the air, riding the heat of the flame. Within 3 seconds, the dance concludes. A small pile of ash and a couple instances of glowing orange are all that's left as evidence that this note ever existed in the first place. Vera sneezes, and the sound shakes you from your own reality. Is there anything you'd like to do before regrouping with the party?
Looks over to Vera. This is the morning, correct? No, we haven't.
No,
We're just going there. We're just going there to get stuff and then come back. Yeah.
Yeah.
Again, he was looking at a spot on his wall for a while. And then as the sneeze happens, that kind of shakes him out of it, and he looks back to Vera. All right, let's do whatever we need to do with this. What are we even doing again? I don't know. I don't care.
Meow.
You can say more than meow.
Bark.
You are a literal manifestation of everything these individuals would love to be. What's on your mind?
Wait, can Vera speak?
Technically, familiars can like communicate with each other. Let me check one quick thing though.
Delving into the lore as a wizard. You're like, hang on, I have a book on this. Just making little gremlin noises as you flip through your books on the wall.
If only that were a thing.
In a floor-length robe, just
lies
sliding across
cannot
the
speak,
room.
but hold
Okay.
on. But let me check. I need to check another thing because technically, not specifically that. Sorry, gang. This is what we do next time on Dragon Ball Z.
So meow it is.
You can communicate with it telepathically. That is the rules of Find Familiar.
Okay. What is Vera's intelligence?
11, actually, I think. Let me go check one quick thing.
Oh God, is your cat smarter than me?
Yes, 11.
Oh no, the cat's smarter than me.
Okay. It is.
No, I'm so sorry. A +1 means 12.
It's also smarter than me.
Oh no, we're cooked. We're cooked, Olok.
Smooth.
It is, however, still a cat.
Sure.
The cat's smarter than all of us, unfortunately.
If you're gonna cast a spell indoors while I'm here, at least let me know what's going to happen and get me a tissue. I am not a wild animal.
On the contrary, everything about you is wild, but that doesn't make you an animal.
Oh, look who's talking, inconclusive.
Do not forget, I have the ability to erase you with consent. I love you. Don't test me. And he like mage hands a cat treat over to Vera.
Just straight
Will
up
just
parent
open
gaslight.
mouth and like stick tongue out, expecting you to drop it directly on tongue.
It lands next to Vera. Say please.
Meow.
Okay. That's enough.
Say
Well, yeah. And the mage hand will pick up treat, plop in mouth. Let us go though. And he will just get anything else that he needed. And we'll head out.
Okay. Leto,
Ah,
as you walked around, you heard a line or two about the scrolls.
right.
Something about a guy selling them by the docks, but no more specifics. The party split up briefly to pack. Do you want to check on that lead?
Yes.
Do you want to pack? Or do you want to spend a few minutes trying to find the hidden treasure of Willionir Dresvern Arabaret that definitely and actually exists?
Oh, actually, that yes, I would like to do that. That's you're dangling a core bit of my character in front of me. That's 100% what I'm gonna do. I would love to.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I would love to just kind of, I guess, figure out where Willionaire resides. And
Sure.
okay.
You've been here long enough to know he doesn't just sleep under the desk like most other teachers do. And I mean, the desk, that's a stretch anyway, as the Druid school is mostly just plant in the shape of infrastructure.
Okay.
Most of his time, he's at or around the school grounds. Every so often, he vanishes.
Oh.
Not for like long periods of time, but just like, and never when he's supposed to be somewhere else.
Okay.
Like, he doesn't do this during school hours, but I would assume at some point you would have like spent time on the weekend just stalking
Oh yeah.
this. Yeah.
100%.
Sometimes he'll just walk into the great woods, and the moment you lose line of sight, you cannot find him anymore. Part of that you're willing to give to the Great Woods. It is a bizarre place full of weird magics.
I don't trust it.
But part of that you're sure, Bob. Right now, it is still it's nearing the end of the school day. So this school operates a lot more like a trade school. And it is, a lot of the schoolhouses are sort of just open for business, quote unquote, in a lot of ways. So it operates on like a sort of COB, close of business thing. And so like it's probably like 4 p.m.
Okay.
3 or 4 p.m. So he would still be at the schoolhouse, but he would be with a class.
Okay. And does he have like an office that he's not currently in, or a study or some kind?
He has his quarters.
Okay.
That are unwritten rule, you don't go in them.
Right, I'm gonna.
Yeah.
I would like to. I will pass without trace on myself.
Okay.
And then turn into a mouse. Wild shape into a mouse.
Okay.
I'd like to skitter.
Yeah. Roll me a stealth check.
+10.
I don't know what a mouse's stealth.
Oh, that's a good question. Let me pull that up.
The DC would be lower here because mouse.
Mouse. Da.
It should be rat, not mouse.
Oh,
And
okay.
D&D.
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't
thank
think
you.
mouse is in there. Well,
Rat.
Yeah, I think rat.
I think.
Doesn't really specify. I mean, it's got a dex
Also-
of 0.
Yeah.
Okay, just give it a +5 on just the fact that nobody's looking
Okay.
for a rat.
Okay. So +5 plus my 15 on the roll, +10 from pass without trace, 30.
Yeah. Safe to say, you both skitter and scamper, and nobody notices.
I will, if possible, I also have Find Familiar. I will have another rat in the pocket, so that if someone, well, I'll see if I get caught first.
Yeah. Well, Find Familiar, you can place your pet into a pocket dimension to bring out at a later time. However, are you able to bring it out of the pocket dimension while in
No.
beast form?
No.
Okay.
This is a backup plan. So
Backup rat. Got it.
I snoop. I rustle. I sift.
You go into his quarters, which is mostly just the top floor of this tree house. There's no like doors. It's an archway, and he's got a desk. There are a couple pictures hanging on the walls. They're not walls, but it is the definite like firm outline of this room. It's all just plant matter though. But there's some picture frames hanging. In a couple of them, you see it's back from his pirating days. And by picture frames, I mean like somebody drew these, but he's definitely like it's like Washington crossing the Potomac.
Okay.
That kind of thing. But he's definitely like a pirate in one of them, and in another one, he's some chimera creature. And he's got a bed. It feels super normal.
Okay.
There's not any one thing that feels or looks out of place.
Okay.
You are welcome to make some checks, but
I
that's your
roll
immediate.
investigation?
You may. Are you looking for hidden compartments?
Yeah, I think I'm looking for hidden compartments is perfect.
Gotcha.
Oh no. 4.
4.
Did I say no?
I will do it like this. A lot of the times when I do rolls like this, my low rolls aren't necessarily immediate failures.
Okay.
More so than they are things that take longer than they should.
Ah, excellent. Oh no.
So while
sweat.
you are searching every single square inch of this place in the slowest manner possible, Olok, do you even have belongings to pack?
No, just a bow staff and some meditational stuff. So like a mat, some incense. But basically the backpack that he got was more stuff than he came here with. So
has anyone ever questioned Olok on why a rock person would need a mat for meditation? And does Olok have a response when people do?
No. No.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
So what is Olok doing while the others are packing?
So Olok kind of still trying to figure out why his family's not why they're choosing to just kind of up and leave, and it's still weighing on him a little bit. So sleep really wasn't that great for your big boy. So Olok kind of steps outside. Morning, it's warm. That kind of a couple of rays are coming through some of the trees, and Olok starts his morning by grounding. No pun intended with rocks, but so he will physically stand, absorb a little bit, sit down, start to meditate because those anxious feelings are kind of coming in through his family, and he just starts to meditate for a little bit. That's it.
Very peaceful. I like that.
Yeah.
I'm
peaceful
sure
as a rock.
Yeah, a couple of the other monk students would probably join you in that brief meditation.
One forgets, like, one just sits on top of me thinking I'm like some sort of boulder.
That's how you know. I would take that as a compliment.
Yeah,
right?
That's pure
Deep
zen
state
right
of
there.
meditation. Yeah.
I love that. We will leave you to your meditation. Letto,
Thank you.
Oh, that's me.
you find
Oh.
in one of the drawers of his desk, there seems to be, at the back of the drawer, a button.
I hit the button.
Hit the button.
Absolutely.
You hear a like the sound of something rolling. And you poke your head out of the drawer.
Look up in fear.
You poke your head out of the drawer, and in the middle of the desk, a hidden drawer has popped out. And you find a ball of yarn.
Fuck! I squeak. Just hang on.
It might take a few moments before you remember he is a Leonin. Although he might not spend most of his time in Leonin form.
Well, each their own as I slowly close the thing and click it all back, put it all back, and embarrassed, I leave. I'm trying to make sure everything is, to the best I can, where it was. Oh, and as I leave, I'll return to my normal form, and I will say to the tree, not with the tree, I can speak at the tree, but not with, and be understood, and say, "You're a great tree, and you're doing a great job." Give him a little hug. Just hug tree, and then I leave.
It's adorable.
Firbolg.
The party regroups outside of the front office building of the school. It is one of maybe 2 buildings associated with the school where a random passerby might even describe it by using the word school or office. Your bags are packed, your motivation's high. There's vomit on your sweaters already. Rick, you have the tracker. Pie, you have the crystal. Letto, you have the ambient scent in the air. Olok, you are the glue holding this family together. The floor is yours. How would you like to proceed?
Good day.
It's been a couple of hours.
I've missed you.
Why?
Olok misses you too. Olok just kind of scoops slowly, not like a big group, like just slowly brings everybody in. Light squeeze. Let's go.
Okay. Prestidigitate. Well, so we have what we need to find an item of some sort. Not sure if it points to Pi, the crystal that
Yes,
the
I have it.
lion thing gave you. What exactly? Hold on, really quick before I say that out loud, because Rick is smarter than I am in this moment. Tracker to find a item that can potentially hold life essence, but we said that it's not going to find something that can hold life essence. It's going to find something that already has life essence in it. Correct?
We have the thing now, I think.
So there's a couple ways to look at this. One, the way that Letto is thinking, where like that just is the thing. The crystal is what you're turning in.
Yeah.
But to answer that question, CB, if you were to just use the tracker with something that has life essence, you would then only be able to track other things that can hold life essence. The belief here is that if you use the tracker on a specific thing that has the properties of conducting life essence, then the tracker might be able to lead you to more of those things.
Great. But also, just to confirm, we are trying to find something that doesn't already have life essence, or are we trying to find something that does and potentially use that? I thought the idea was we need to find something that we can now store life essence in.
Yeah, the goal necessarily isn't whether or not the thing does or does not have life essence. It's they're asking you to find a new thing that could.
New thing that could. Great.
Yeah.
Great. Okay.
So basically, what we know is that. Are you guys able to hear me? Okay. Is it
Yeah,
picking
you
up now?
sound good.
Okay, cool.
Sounds great.
Good.
Yeah.
Wonderful. solves. No, but what I'm thinking is that if we give the tracker the crystal, then we're just going to find more crystals. If we give the tracker something else, like if we go around and test a few things, maybe we'll find something else. Like, is that how am I understanding the tracker correctly?
Are you saying this as pie?
No. I'm trying to understand the way that the tracker works, because
you have been given, so the only information that Ellis would have given Rick is the tracker,
Mhm.
a small cloth that's been woven with some lead, and you got this.
Great.
So some experimentation is probably going to be needed. Got it.
Yep.
All right. Well, you got a bigger
Olok,
brain than me.
Olok will grab the tracker without saying anything, pulls off one of the beads from his necklace, which is turquoise, sticks it in the tracker, gives it back to you, and then lumbers away to like maybe 20, 30 yards and goes, "Is it pointing at Olok?"
Is it pointing at Olok?
Would Rick have just let Olok take the tracker?
I think Olok is a big hunk of rock who is much stronger, and Rick was caught off guard. So in this moment, he can't say no.
I was holding it gently.
That's still like
I
a
would
vice
say,
for the rest of us.
Just based fully on whether or not Olok is smart enough and quick enough with technology to figure out how to make this tracker work, nothing is happening. Like, he just took one of the beads off his necklace, touched it to a different thing that might as well just be a bead, and then said, "Go."
Love that.
Can we just like evaluate it? Can we take a minute to look at what this thing is that Ellis gave us? Have we done that yet?
I would say I'd probably give Rick an opportunity to make an investigation check.
Yeah, he would have tried to understand it 100%. And because he would have been doing it in his room for a bit, Vera would have been helping. What am I doing? Okay.
Your best.
Yes, 23.
23, yeah. I do want to say, because it's not going to come up, I did have a note in here about whether what happens if you rolled less than a 12, and it just would have taken you an embarrassingly long time to figure out for you. For everyone else, it may have been 5 seconds.
Oh God! Thank God.
Rick, you're holding this device in your hand. It's shaped like a small TV remote, which means it's not something that you've quite seen before. Other than that little bit of biomatter at the end that you presume to be the sensor. That biomatter you would recognize as Kit or Kit 10, I guess now is what it goes by. The design, it's sleek, if not a little shoddy, in comparison to like what Ellis can make. It definitely screams built 20 years ago in a cave with a box of scraps.
Okay.
You would figure out if you wanted to calibrate it to something, placing the biomatter sensor directly in contact with the thing that you want to be tracking would be
great.
Little Iron Man reference in there.
Yep.
You can have inspiration for that.
I said Stark.
Nice.
Oh, did you?
I said you're in your Stark era.
You can fight CB for that inspiration.
Whoa, rollies.
Aiden can have it. To be fair, I got one last week, so I can get another one. Yes. He looking at this thing. Precious piece of igneous you are. No. And the mage hand will just take the pearl or the sphere and give it back to Olok. That is not what we need. We need to find a very specific piece, item, thing that can hold essence, and that is not necessarily what we need.
Okay.
Do we want
pulls
to?
back and it clunks into his necklace.
Did you explain to us like how it works, or?
Yeah. He would have just been. He would have been just like waxing on as he's looking at it.
Mhm. All right.
Um,
Well, do we want to just bite the bullet and put the crystal that the cat gave me next to the sensor and see what happens?
Let's do it.
Sure, why not? This is a time for experimentation.
Why not? Okay, so I pull out the crystal, hand it to you.
Thank you. And we'll do what is necessary for trying to start the sensor.
Yeah, you touch the sensor to the crystal, and then you watch as the biomatter glows a brilliant shade of octarine, just for a brief moment, and then settles. And you would assume at this point it is calibrated.
Right.
I would also say at this point you kind of would figure out the lead woven cloth is meant to just cover the initial item so that the tracker doesn't
Nice.
just point at that item.
Yeah.
Great. Okay.
So you would
I'm gonna
cover.
Ask for the crystal back, and then
Does the crystal need to stay in the tracker?
No, it's not
Right.
like a loaded thing. It's just kind of
Gotcha.
like sensing it and then
A
going.
sensor.
Okay.
Oh yeah, great.
Well,
Then we'll give the crystal back.
While the crystal's being handed over, I'm just gonna kind of loom over, kind of look down, and be like, "What is this thing exactly? Do you know?"
I really
from
don't.
its properties, what is it in itself?
it's a thing that holds life essence.
Are
It
you
gave-
Talking about the tracker or the crystal?
the crystal.
Yeah, that's all. The cat gave it to me. It's entirely possible it's completely radioactive. So I don't know how.
Excuse
I'm
me.
thinking like,
I went from that greedy glint in my eye to, oh, nope, bad touch.
in the interest of keeping us from all dying of radiation poisoning, maybe I'll just hold on to it and keep it inside this lead thing.
We'll just look at the tracker and then start to hold it up and be like,
Yep.
So,
So you press the only button on this thing.
wait, sorry. I
And-
will just push.
Yeah. And then you all kind of like lean in and hold your breath as it blinks and blinks and blinks. And then suddenly, the biomatter jitters, rearranges itself into a new shape. An arrow. And the arrow points directly at Pi. Or through Pi. Either way, the arrow is pointing, and the nearest thing to the tip is Pi.
All right, I'm gonna try and move to the side and see what happens.
The arrow just continues to follow you. I would say it's behaving like a good Marine in boot camp. If you move, I move.
Great.
You
Okay.
need to keep that away from it.
Okay. You gave me the. Did you give me the little
crystal?
blanket? Okay, so I've wrapped it
Oh
up in
yeah,
that.
yeah. The blanket's fine.
I mean, it would be. I would say it'd be fair to think the troubleshooting here is to move the crystal because maybe the lead cloth isn't working properly.
Uh-huh. Okay.
So if you,
What if I hand it to Olok? Would you mind holding this for a second?
Okay.
the
Well,
arrow
just
just
grabs it.
continues to point at Pi.
Oh.
Okay, so then I'm gonna go through what in the heck do I have with me?
You've got an easy A, is what you've got.
Evidently, I don't know. So I'm like, okay, well, let's just start process of elimination here. So I've got, like, we could try my amulet. I don't know. Maybe this is like doing stuff. So I'm gonna I'll give this to Letto. I need this back, please. And so I hand it to Letto and see what the remote does.
The arrow just continues to point at you.
Did something occur to you recently that has changed you in some way?
If you just start going through all of the items in all of your pockets and handing them out, the arrow will continue to point at you.
I think it's
Do you-
Pi.
By chance, have on you the holy book?
I don't remember him giving that to me yet, but
That
yes,
would have been
we'll
during
assume that
the-
I have it with me. Yes.
when you take the holy book out and move it away, there's just for the briefest moments the arrow just kind of like points at that and then back to you as the book moves away.
So does that mean it's the holy book has it too? So we've got crystal holy book, and now it's still pointing at me?
I'm going to ritually cast detect magic.
Okay.
Just as this is happening, just no. And
do
just
the
starts
same.
to
I'll do the same because Rick was giving me shit for it last episode.
did.
He says she's got them interplanar viruses.
Oh, that can't be good.
All right. So it can't be me if it can't, as a person, it can't be me, right?
I mean, why not?
So you can wait until the end of 10 minutes to see what this detect magic does. It might
Rick is just like staring at Pi and then just drawing in the air with his wand. And you've seen him
another
cast
idea.
ritual cast before, so you know he's doing some kind of ritual.
I had to start over because I got distracted halfway through.
One of you might think about just wanting to ask Ellis what that means, but you could do
Ellis
that
scares
after
me.
10 minutes for detect magic.
I'll wait for the 10 minutes, but I'm going to be very nervous.
So if you sense such a... Okay, for the duration, you sense the presence of magical effects within 30 feet of yourself. If you sense such effects, you can take the magic action to see a faint aura around any visible creature or object in the area that bears the magic. And if an effect was created by a spell, you learn the spell's school of magic. That feels very vague.
Yes.
Yeah, it's up to the DM. Taylor runs
So-
with magic eyes on constant high beams. I've just gotten used to kind of
Yeah.
just kind of being
All
like,
right.
here's what you see, you know.
So immediately, you kind of see a faint aura coming from Letto and from Pi, as they are both magical people that are connected with the weave.
Yep.
The tracker itself it's very, very faint glow. This is science. It's like 80-20 science to magic. So what's happening isn't necessarily what you're able to pick up isn't necessarily because of any specific magical effect.
So inconclusive?
That test came up inconclusive.
You see as he is like looking you over like almost meticulously, and he like stops and look at Letto just for a second. He looks at any like of the common magic items that people have upon them, if they have anything. You see me just spotting things, but as he looks at you, Eva.
Wait a second. I'm gonna pull out the ball of string. Anything?
Action.
Just a ball of string.
Ball of string.
Just ball of string. Dang it. Okay.
Either this matters not, and it's just a faulty piece of junk,
Don't say that in front of Ellis, but okay.
or you are conduit, which makes no sense necessarily, because if I am correct to assume, most of you can access life essence in some way, shape, or form. So if that were the case, it would be pointing to all of us, and yet it's only pointing at you, which tells me that whatever you have going wrong or going on about you, it's a little different.
I special.
Well, I mean, I did have something weird happen.
Oh.
I didn't want to worry you guys.
Oh, yay. Glad to be worried now.
So when I went back home to get ready to go out on this little field trip, I was visited by a lesser god, kind of, and hunger showed up too. I'm just being a shit. No, I heard hunger in my head.
Capital H.
Capital H, hunger in my head. I didn't need a snack. I heard.
Ben, what's the knowledge on hunger to the average person, and or what would any of us know about hunger?
Probably not much. To the average person, I mean, he's just a lesser god, and one that's not even necessarily like native to this plane of existence. Like, there is a god of hunger, and a god of the never-ending appetite, and a god of I could just cook all of this food because I was really hungry, but now that it's done, I'm not hungry at all. You guys could be familiar with any of those gods. Those gods exist on this plane, but like just a lesser god of hunger is not necessarily one. Now, if you were exceptionally studious upon like the history of this island, you might have been able to find a story about the lesser god hunger using the time where all of the planes were colliding with themselves to try to take over the multiverse. I will leave it up to you and your characters about whether or not you would be studious enough to go do the research on that yourself. Yes, Aiden.
I'll say that Olok, being the eldest here and have been in this area for quite some time, and proficiency in history, would know and would be like very concerned about this. Not super like boisterous about this, but just like concerned. And he'll kind of like lean in, like you'll like lock eyes with his glowing turquoise and be like, "Are you okay?"
I'm unsettled.
What did he say?
He had a lot of. He's talking crap about Mentiroso. He's telling me that, you know, like, he doesn't even know how to be immortal, so how could he know how to be a god, and to, you know, think about who I'm following, and just, I don't know, just typical big bad stuff, you know? I don't know.
I finally
What
finished
did you say to? What did you say to him?
I didn't. I didn't have chance. I called Menti immediately. I can say, "Oh my god," and then he pops up when he wants to. He won't. It'll be fine, as far as I know. I don't know, but
Picking that up.
if I say that, he'll show up. But I did, and he did, and he said, "Was that him?" And I'm like, "Is that who I think it was?" And he's like, I'm like, "Was that hunger?" And he said, "Not for long," and he left.
Stay away from him. Do not talk to him. And next time Hunger talks to you, let Olok know.
Okay.
Sorry, I have read things in whatever they call that library. Why is a lesser god appearing to you? I mean, the lesser doesn't really matter in this moment. Why is a god other than this Mentiroso appearing to you?
I can only speculate. I don't know, but so when I was a kid, like I saw when he, I don't know if he was destroyed or what, but he was definitely cut in half. And
He being
hunger, sorry.
okay.
I apologize.
Sorry, I don't do the religion thing. So
It's okay. It's okay. It's just I happen to know about it because it's something I saw when I was a kid, and then when I got here, I looked it up because I was like, you know, let's just say the school system at home isn't great. So I just all I know is that that's basically all I know is that he was destroyed supposedly, I guess, and then because he was destroyed by my god, I don't know, maybe he's coming after me because of that.
You witnessed his death, you say?
I witnessed part of it, at least.
In a dream, in reality, you were standing there when his
Through a
body hit
dimensional portal.
Huh.
I sat and watched it. I was like 6, but I watched it. It's not something you forget. But Menturosa took like 2 arrows.
And sorry, you said that he was dead?
I don't know. He was gone. Like once they split him in half, the rest of the people here, I assume, took care of the rest of it. The dimension closed on me. But what I saw, it doesn't seem like you'd survive it. But I don't know.
You know what else is hungry, typically?
Me.
I would say pie. It was 20 years ago, so memory would be faint and it happened quickly.
Yeah.
But there was at least one other thing that probably would have been noticeable enough. You would have seen Kit 10 in giant robot form.
Oh, yeah. There was a really big robot.
Well, none of this potentially is pertinent to what we need to do now, so perhaps it's nothing to worry about. As you said, it was just a blip or whatever. Your god was there, so if there is an issue with this hunger, I'm sure Menturosa will handle it, or whatever.
Yep.
Good. So we continue on with finding out. It looks back at the book. At the very least, the arrow did point to that.
Yeah, I don't know how hopeful that's going to be.
Okay, 2 for 2. We love this. Trying to be as kind and what do they call it, empathetic as possible.
I mean, let's just say it's open to interpretation. And I'm just going to hand it to him.
What is this?
You read on the cover the complete collection of tales and poems and stories of Dr. Seuss. But it's a little bit lighter than you think that it should be.
Open the cover.
I got the covers.
Trust me. Open the cover.
There's like a few normal pages, and then there's a big hole carved out of the rest of the book. But you don't see anything inside the hole.
What am I looking at?
Space for interpretation.
Maybe
As long as this thing, he
It's just
slams
got
him.
a hole.
As long as it can hold life essence, the assignment is done. He hands it back.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I'll take it back.
if the
But we
assignment
could go get more if we each have one stronger.
Or we could follow up on something interesting I've stumbled across. If we've got the assignment done, I've noticed something. Sorry, go ahead.
Before you say that, in case anybody would have the inkling, you could speak to Ellis about why the tracker is pointing at Pi. Pi, did you let them know what that book was? Or is it
It's
just...
my holy book.
Yeah, it's her cleric tome for her god.
That you used to cast spells from? Question mark.
More or less. Yeah.
I don't.
So it would be a bit peculiar to Rick that it's a book of like children's stories with a hole cut out of it, but the fact that the cleric had a holy book is not gonna.
I'm gonna be so real. I don't think he cares.
Yeah,
Damn.
that's also
he's
fair.
like, he's like, does it hold? Does it great? I don't, like, it's like for him, if that's her, he understands that people have different interpretations of an arcane reliquary or whatever. What's the word I'm looking for? A component to like cast spells or connect to whatever. So if this book is spies, great. If it also is a conduit for life essence, even better. But he's not attempting to get into Pie's life story unless she asks. But he's just like, okay,
that's
great.
fair.
It's a book.
Yep. So we've got the crystal, and we've got the book, and we've got
You.
2 down, 1 to go. Wait,
Mhm.
no. 2 down, 2 to go.
about 3 if you count me. I don't know. Let's not count me. Let's go talk to Ellis. Ellis.
Is this something you all? This is going
Do
to
you
sound
want to?
judgmental. I'm asking you. This is your. Listen. To be fair, we were looking for something for class, and suddenly we just got told that a god that was supposedly dead just found you in the span of a couple of hours. So
Might want to go tell someone. Yeah, I think you're right.
Olok is already walking towards Alice's
Oh,
the
The
pub.
lighthouse moves.
I feel he
At
walks
this
like Iron
point-
Giant.
I'm
He's
still
got that
kind of
somber.
processing everything that's happened in the last couple of hours. I don't know how reliable I'm going to be for direction. So I'm willing to follow the rock.
Come along, Pie. Can I touch you? Is it alright if I put my arm on you? Alright, come along,
Yeah.
Pie. And I'm gonna take you by the shoulder and try to ease your mind with a saunter and a waddle as we.
I'm going to throw a look at Rick like, can you do the prestidigitation thing, please?
Yeah, Rick, as the group started following, again, you just hear a loud sigh behind, and he'll continue to walk. Yeah, he'll probably just lazily prestidigitate, but
Thank
mostly
you.
just.
You don't hear a sneeze, and that's when you realize that Vera is just chilling on Olok up ahead and just like looking back at you and just.
While we're looking for items, we should look for soap.
And he like looks back at Letto.
Yeah, big boulder.
So you guys are walking to the pub. A couple minutes. It's literally like one of the buildings of the schoolhouse, so it doesn't take you long. It's nearing the end of the day for school, so her artificer students, there's only like 4 of them, are more or less taking things down, putting things away, all these tools and contraptions and stuff, getting ready for a close. And Alice is just kind of in the middle of the rambunctious noise, just yelling and pointing with her cane angrily at students who don't handle the tools the way that they need to be handled, exactly the way that they need to be handled.
There's lofty information. There's a lot of interesting stuff. It is above my pay grade. A lot of metal. And goopy metal.
It's
Yeah.
very stressful in here.
It's only stressful if you let yourself get stressed. Oh, you're back.
Alice.
Hi, Rock.
Who's got the contraption?
Rick does. And Rick will have arrived at this point because he was a little bit behind. Seeing kind of the cacophony. Not going to focus on that. Alice, Mrs. Alice. We have a question.
Just Alice. No, Mrs. Don't do that again. What's your question?
Okay.
If anything, my
Um,
husband would be Mrs., and you should know that.
It's pointing at pie.
I would point at pie too if there was pie to be pointed at.
Your contraption that
This
we are
is
saying
pie.
works.
I'm Pie.
Oh. Well, did you calibrate it to pie?
No,
No.
calibrated it to
No.
a crystal. that also holds essence.
Pi, at this point, I would say with your passive insight of 17, there's like a glint of excitement that you see in Ellis.
No. Okay.
Perhaps just over the idea of like, ooh, a problem to solve.
Okay. Fair.
Okay. You calibrate it to a crystal.
Mm-hmm.
Are you trying to track crystals?
We just know that the crystal can hold life essence, and so we're looking out for other things that can do that.
Oh, yeah. The tracker's gonna track the crystalline thing or the energy within the crystalline. Are you made out of crystal?
No.
No. Okay. Have you tried covering Pi in a lead woven cloth?
I don't think we have one big enough for that.
Olok has it like a tea cloth.
I always have a large creature-sized lead woven cloth.
May we borrow it?
Always. Yes. And she hobbles back at the back of her room and takes out this cardboard box with this gray, possibly blue cloth, and then she runs over and just throws it over Pi.
I can't do it. Whatever. Covered. Is it working?
And the tracker arrow does, like, it still points at Pi for a brief moment, and then slowly at first starts to turn, and then all at once points towards the back of Ellis's workshop.
What's in the back of Ellis's workshop? Well, I can't see this. I'm
What's
covered.
in the back of Ellis's
in a
What's the
blanket.
back of your workshop?
Wait, sorry. The arrow's pointing to the back?
Mhm.
Okay.
What's back there? If you don't
There's
mind
a-
me asking.
Well, there's a lot of stuff back there.
Oh, what's back
Why
there
don't we get
pertaining
closer?
to
And...
what would be pointed at here?
Do you
Just
think
under
like
the blanket,
I'm
she's
part
wearing, like,
of
be
this
polite.
assignment? Do you think this is like a scavenger hunt that I have the answer to?
I was just trying to give you a little bit of parameters to be working with, and I learned that word yesterday. Parameters.
Good
Good word.
job.
I'm sure
Thank you,
someone's
Olok.
proud of you.
Nah.
B.
Come, let's figure out what it's pointing at. Somebody hold on to the child.
Top of head.
By the back, I don't mean like a room behind. I just mean like, yeah, it's still the pub. There's no like, yeah. So it's just pointing you to the back, just some more drawers and workbenches and stuff. And as you get closer, eventually you figure out there's one drawer in this workbench that the tracker is pointing at. And when you open the drawer, it's full of what appears to be small glowing rocks. It's a quirky white woman's wet dream.
As a quirky
And-
white woman,
What? You don't collect crystals?
I do not.
Hang on.
As a
Should I?
quirky
Okay.
white boy, I have a collection of crystals.
I also have an amethyst lying around.
You know, how bizarre that this is what's the... You know what?
Happy
Shame
Pride
on
Month,
me.
everybody.
Huh? Shame on me.
Here's my amethyst.
There's kind of a brief moment where Alice is like looking down at the drawer of the glowing rocks, looks at the tracker. Where did you say you got this crystal from?
Olok senses disappointment.
No. This is hypotheses you are sensing. Olok. It is a big word, and it just means I have a faint idea of what's going on.
From under the blanket, Pi goes, my deity brought it to me. He said I have to give it back to him because it belongs to somebody else. But it
We're
came from
holding
my
on
deity.
to it for a friend.
Yeah.
Who is your deity?
Uh-oh.
Mentiroso?
Under a cough. There's Rosa.
Far from the most peculiar thing happening
Okay.
right now. I wouldn't say far. He is.
No, he's
Anyway.
peculiar. You can say it. It's cool.
You could even
Where
say
did
he's
he-
curious.
Where did he get the crystal from?
He
He didn't
just
say that's
no.
par for the course. Is it safe to assume that he got it from a different plane of existence?
Yes.
Usually is safe to assume that. Do you have anything else from him?
King.
The-
I don't.
The
You've
holy
got
book.
you've got your book.
Oh, I do have the holy book. Yep, I do have the book. So, yeah.
Does the tracker respond to it?
Yeah.
Olok
Yeah.
will like unravel it from the lead blanket and just kind of like hold it up. Ta-da!
Ta-da.
Okay. Yep.
Wait, is it calibrating itself to things that come from other dimensions instead of things that hold life essence?
It's calibrating itself to something that comes from one
this-
particular
yep.
plane.
Yep.
That
Yep.
crystal, that book, you. It's tracking the trace amounts of your plane's unique energy that's within you, which
Okay.
also means that at least one of these crystals back here is full of the planar energy from your stupid plane ripping into my plane. And don't even bring up that it was my fault in the beginning. I fixed it. It doesn't matter. The reason that I know this, it's the same way Adeline knows who's from here and who isn't.
You're friends
I
with
would
Adeline.
know. I built that.
Okay, so does that mean that the tracker doesn't work? Like it won't find us life essence stuff, or does it
No,
mean
it sounds like it's not calibrated to something that actually holds life essence.
Yeah, the tracker was calibrated exactly for. Look, it works the way that it was meant to work, and you got it to do what it was meant to do. Have you even tested to see if this crystal is something that conducts life essence? I assume you asked your god for a thing that conducts life essence, and then he, in his infinite wisdom, brought you this. I would say either this conducts life essence, or your god gets an F on this assignment.
Okay.
I would say, in my humble opinion, as instructor at this fine educational establishment, that your new assignment would be to test this crystal on life essence and how it conducts it. Because if you leave now to find something completely blind, you're not making it back by Monday.
Okay.
And Olok can't afford to fail.
Not exactly, not
Oh,
exactly
Rock.
top of his class. Yeah, not exactly
Letto,
top of my
remember
class
that.
here.
And before parting, Ellis will just kind of like lightly grab your arm pie and say, hey, look, I know you kids wanted to be all gung-ho about this assignment and get out into the field and stuff, but I gotta say, as a cleric, speaking directly to your god in order to solve a problem or complete an assignment, even if he is stupid and unpredictable, that seems like a pretty damn good practical application of your schooling to me. Plus, he hangs out with my uncle in that liminal space between life and death, and I'm sure he appreciates that. Now, if one of my artificers spoke to a god instead of doing science, I'd give them an F. But at this school, we don't judge fish by their ability to do quantum mechanics. Except Glorb. And then she points, and in the corner, there's one of her artificer students like hunched over a textbook. And it's a low calf wearing a fishbowl, like a space helmet.
I need to become friends with them later when they're not busy.
Glorb knows quantum mechanics.
Yeah, never mind.
Great grasp on quantum mechanics. Not much of a grasp on anything else, though. Fins.
Oh,
And that is where we're going to take our first break.
Okay, we'll be right back, chat. We're back.
Why was that so ominous?
We're back.
We're back.
Are we?
Turn.
With aggression.
Welcome back. We just got, I would say some answers, but not really answers. So our party is now standing outside of the pub, realizing that you all have spent most of the day running down multiple leads, which all turned out to be the same lead in the shape of a dog with his own tail in his mouth. And you are faced with a couple options. One, you could accept the crystal as the final submission to this assignment, allowing yourselves the freedom of the weekend for other things. Or two, you could attempt a new method of tracking an object, knowing that if you do, the timing might be bad. If you do choose to have the weekend free, a reminder of the little things of interest that have popped up. One, Leto heard a rumor about a man selling news scrolls. Two, Adeline mentioned that Archid is also inconclusively here. Three, you could explore the museum or one of the history tours of the underground passageways beneath the city. I recommend this one with the knowledge that I have not at all prepared anything for it, so choose at your own risk. It might just be a cutscene or an 80s movie montage.
As we step out of the tavern, I will propose the idea to the party of I've been hearing some strange things about some goings on down to the part. These scrolls that everyone's using to get their news. They're not being sold in normal ways. It's just some fucker down by the docks. And I have a mind to go look into that at some point. If we've got the weekend, I'd like that. But if we don't, we should continue onward with making sure we get an even better grade.
I'm gonna say let's pivot. I've had enough weird stuff happen to me for one Friday.
Rick, I can see you're on the fence about this. Let me sell it to you. All right, let me sell it to you. Listen. Weird shit going on by the docks. These scrolls, right? All of your professors read them. So if there's some kind of thing to be known, something going on here, every single professor would be very impressed by you. And then I do
Looks
like a this thing.
Just looks to Olok. No thought either.
Rick, did you want to go to the wizard's tower?
You almost see a vein or something like bulge when that question's asked. It's just, no, I don't need to be there right now.
That's fair. I just wanted to make sure.
Thank you for asking.
Let's go check out the docks.
Does it smell over there like Letto?
Like the sea?
Mm-hmm.
Olok has no nose. Olok can't smell.
Hydrate.
Oh, thank you.
So you guys would know that the docks is just the name of the area where passenger ships come in. There are other docks for like cargo and fish and like
Commercial ports.
commercial ports. Those are not generally referred to by the public, but the docks is kind of just like a place where stuff is going on.
Okay.
And the tourists, if you will, are coming in. So you guys wouldn't like. I don't want you to walk in this expecting like the back end where alley trucks are backing up to a grocery store. Like it's still like it's a popular like pop-in place of the city.
I could go someplace poppin'.
Let's
Well,
go
if we
take a
believe,
look.
if we believe the crystal will suffice, and this experience needs a different look, sure, the docks it is. Let's find out about these scrolls. If I do say so myself, it seems like it's a good thing we have these scrolls, right? To know about crime before it happens.
Can I take a look at mine real fast and just see if anything's changed on it?
Yeah. I mean, the last time you checked it was several hours ago.
Mhm.
So yeah, when you open it, it's entirely new headlines.
Okay. So if I read them, am I going to see anything that?
Nothing that necessarily like stands out. Like there's no murder. A couple of them seem fairly like extraneous, like man with knife seen somewhere. And you're like, okay, that I don't know if that's like for all you know, it could have been a chef cooking. Some of them seem like legit, like, you know, burglary at such and such, robbery at such and such. There's a lot. If you look, there's a lot of like little pickpocketing things, and a lot of them are at the docks. But anybody who's lived in this area for, I don't know, 6 months to a year would go, yeah, that checks. It's like visiting the Eiffel Tower and expecting people to not.
Attenzione, pickpocket.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I feel like I'd be pretty familiar with this area.
Yeah.
I think Olok has no pockets.
I have so many pockets.
Can I? Are we ambling? Are we swaggering?
I believe everyone said they are walking
Meandering.
to.
Yeah, sure.
Ambling, yeah.
You'll just see really quickly that once we begin to walk, Rick looks in the direction of where his home would be. Not like his home, but like the direction where to travel to his home, and then continues walking with the group. Just looks back for a bit.
That's north.
Thank you.
Thank you, O great wise pirate.
As we get to the port area, can I make a perception check or an investigation check of some kind to maybe get in the general area of where these might be sold?
Yeah. So I'm gonna read you guys this as you walk to the docks. You all walk to the port. It's about a 5-minute walk from the school. You know you are close because the sounds of the general environment change drastically, but in a gradual way. You almost don't notice when you cross the invisible line that separates the residential neighborhood from the commercial. The sounds of birds and pets and kids playing is replaced by the sounds of errant capitalism and tourism. The houses slowly fade away. The port area is mostly like an open semicircle with the wide flat part butting up against the edge of the island with all the docks leading out. In this area, kind of off-center, is the remains of the Hightower, or the remains that were allowed to be kept there for historical purposes. The statue of Reynaud is also in the center of this semicircle. It's very night market, but during the day. Like, it's not farmer's market. There is food, but there's also like, look at the sweater I knitted. Hey, tourist, do you want a seashell type of vibe? Like,
Kind of a bizarre.
It's one pirate-themed mini golf course away from being any coastal city in the state of Florida. That's
amazing.
But
Amazing.
specifically, this is where Hustle meets up with his twin brother Bustle to have a good time. This is the Bean. This is Times Square. This is South Beach, Hollywood Boulevard, Bourbon Street, but just much more horsey.
Okay.
If society is a pot of cooked spaghetti, where the tourists are the pasta water and the locals are the noodles, then this area is the sink in which the water is strained and drained into, very much by design and on purpose. It is a place that makes you wish more children were on leashes.
No.
Yeah.
Did you write that ahead of time?
Yeah. I wrote it this morning at 5 a.m.
I love that so
I
much.
woke up and went,
Parenting
gotta write that
101.
down.
Amazing.
So knowing all of this in mind, as the general locals and Letto, as the local that you are, you would kind of know to breathing exercises, perhaps, that type of thing.
Really glad I'm tall.
It's like fun. There's live music, there's food. It tends to be overpriced because they are marketing to the tourists. And usually the locals come because they need to pass through, or a friend is in town and wants to see the whatever. But you can tell which ones the locals are because they're just watching all of the tourists. And not with bright eyes and bushy tails.
I kind of want to look at some of the historic stuff. I don't really give a crap about the chintzy tourist stuff. I kind of want to actually look at the Hightower.
This is probably something that, like, if it did interest you before, it would have been something that you had done during
I got it.
the time skip. This isn't like a secret. This is like, oh, welcome to the island. Do you want to do the the hike to the Hollywood sign? This is the walk of fame that you're like, I'm gonna go look at it to say that I did.
Mm-hmm. Got it.
Feff, you are welcome to make a perception check.
In the same breath, as we get to this area and start to take things in, especially more of the historical sites, looking at the Hightower, could I investigate and see, like, what about it is as it was? If it's become like a touristy type of attraction almost, what has been like not glitzied up, but like what's actually of the Hightower? Or is it like the ship of Theseus type of energy now?
Let me see if I can find a good picture representation of what this would be. Feff, what was that perception check?
6.
It's gonna take you a minute.
I get distracted.
Yeah.
Talk to plants. We'll at plants. Any kind of seagull. Don't shit on me.
So
I'll fucking eat
I'm
you.
going to, and I'll put it in just our normal, like our Discord
Okay.
group. So if you want to, someone else wants to post it in the
got
regular thing as sort of like what it is. This is copy image. What I'm posting is a picture of the Ormond Hotel.
Cool.
This is a hotel in Ormond Beach, Florida, just north of Daytona Beach. If you don't know about it, that's totally normal. But this place was fucking popping back in the day. John D. Rockefeller would spend his winters here. Henry Ford would spend his winter here. Rockefeller liked it so much that he bought the property across the street. And so Rockefeller's house is there, and the property across the street from that, the other way, is a park that he also purchased and then donated to the city of Ormond Beach. So now they do like movies in the park, and like all of their little festivals and stuff are at John D. Rockefeller's front house or front yard, basically. This is across the street from it. They tore it down in 1996 to build a condo because it is Florida.
Heinous.
However,
It's a bit of crime.
I
know, she's screaming.
They kept one of the towers, and I don't know if you can see it very well in the picture of the full hotel that I posted, but across the street, so like if the hotel is here, Rockefeller's across the street this way. Across the street in front of it is another park where they kept one of the original towers. And so if you go to that park, you can actually see and sometimes go into one of the original towers of the Ormond Hotel before it was torn down. So that is kind of the vibes of this Hightower. It is the original Hightower, a little bit crumpled because it did break, but for the most part, this is one of the like a chunk, like a segment of one of the towers of the Hightower.
Rick, it looks like your old wizard's tower. Not especially high, not especially wide.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he just takes it in a way. Not like in like reverence, but just really inspects it and looks at it for longer than he probably should. Perhaps it's just when you're a wizard, especially knowing some of the history, having to fight the stigma of all that, you know. I think he's just taking it in for a second. Doing the touristy thing for sure, but he's also been here for a while. So he has seen this before.
I imagine there's also just like inherently just something in the back of the mind that's like, oh, poor tower. Like as a wizard, every time you see a tower not finished, you're like, man.
Gosh, dang it.
Olok genuinely seems upset. As Olok is walking through the crowd, the commercialized hustle and bustle kind of aggravates him because this is what he's worried his homeland is going to turn out to be if those men drive out the Kerell. So he's seeing it firsthand what these men are capable of, turning a beautiful scenic bay into a boardwalk for festivals and commercialization and tacky knickknacks.
I want to go
But he
take
kind of-
Olok's hand and like kind of hold his hand while we're walking. Just be kind of just. It's okay.
Sorry.
Kind of with his staff, just kind of mosey on with y'all.
feel like I do a
think
good
at this point-
job of like parting the waters of the people.
Yeah, there is a lot of like
going.
women grabbing their children and like moving them out of the way of you, because they're like, that's like, they seem less worried about the giant rock man. There's something about like the disheveled pirate look that makes them go, oh no, my child might want to be you one day, and like I have to.
There's also like, he's bubbly, but his facial expression, you can see from the art, is dour. Like he looks really intense at any given time, and he's certainly got that kind of pirate jaunt, that swagger. And so I feel like I feel like there would be a certain element of people skirting. But yeah, with a 6, I'd say I kind of mosey about, but I'm not easily finding any source.
Well, it's not hard to find somebody selling something.
That's true. Maybe I can ask somebody who it seems like they just bought one.
There's a lot of people holding scrolls, but with a 6, eventually you're gonna find it, because this guy's also not hiding.
Right.
It just takes you a bit, because you're like, what if it's that guy? What if it's that guy?
Sure.
What if it's that? And eventually, all of you probably would just hear, coming from sort of like just meandering the crowd, there's a lizard folk with a backpack on, scrolls sticking out of it, and he's holding one up in the air, and he goes, news scrolls, get your news scrolls, be safe in the city, 5 gold, only 5 gold for peace of mind, can't find this deal nowhere, no how, get your news scrolls.
Like a foot above the crowd, there's just a scroll ho.
That probably shakes Rick out of his stupor for a second.
Are you all like bounding for this, or is it just Letto and the other 3?
I don't think I'm able to bound in here, but I can start kind of running through like knee-high water, just
forming a path for the other 3 to just walk casually behind. Letto, when you get up to this guy, as somebody who has been in fights before, you would kind of recognize this guy has been in fights before.
Okay.
The way that he reacts and responds to such a large person bounding toward him, it's very, I will cut you if I need to, but I'm giving us both the moment to assess what's happening, and also I'm selling used cars right now. That is the vibe, where like the smile doesn't fade, but he does like very, very fluidly like flip himself around, and like one of his hands does go down towards something. And he goes, hey, news! You seem like you're interested in the news.
I might be. Yes. And is there just the one scroll that I can see that he's got?
Well, he's got a backpack and is chock full.
Okay. And there's not like any other ones. Is he at like a table? Is he just a guy on a corner?
He's just walking around. If anything, he's the town crier at this point. It's just a guy walking around yelling about the news. Like, this is...
These things are doing pretty well, I think. I'm seeing a lot of them.
Yeah. And he like leans in for a moment and goes, you a local?
Sometimes. Lately.
I don't like that fucking answer.
That's okay.
You a cop?
I've of late been studying at the university.
But you're from... Here's.
I'm from the sea.
Gesture. Oh, God damn it!
Mightily, showing a lack of aggression, but a whole lot of energy.
I love the idea of like from the sea, and then a bird just shits on your shoulder. Like,
I warned you.
Still very quietly to you, he goes, listen, bub. A grifter can spot a grifter from 10 miles away. You ain't from the sea, and you ain't getting on my turf. I'm making a fucking killing off these goddamn tourists. They always feel like they're in danger, and that's what these fucking scrolls are telling them. So if you back up, we don't have to go at it right now.
Don't give a fuck about that. You think I'm scared of you? I'm not scared of you. I would have a few of your questions answered, though. I'm willing to pay. I kind of lean in my 7'5" frame.
Are you trying to intimidate, or?
Nope, I'm trying to be
Okay.
crazy eyes because my IRL move is just look batshit insane. If someone thinks they can step up to me, I have a terrifying crazy eye.
Okay, I don't know persuasion or intimidation at this point. You said no into the intimidation, but you also then followed up by saying I do have a crazy eye.
Yeah, it's okay. Okay, so that's fair. I would say volatile means aggression in a certain way, so maybe intimidation.
Sure, yeah, you can roll some intimidation on that.
I just confirmed something that the guy said that he's selling them specifically to keep people scared.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's news. He's the
Okay.
news. Yeah.
Just double checking. Just making sure that he was cognizant of what he was doing.
24. I'm so sorry. 23.
Okay, yeah, with the 23 and with the crazy eye, he like moves his hand away from the general area where, you know, weapon would be. And then he takes like a half a step back just to get his own personal space. And he goes, oh, I mean, if you're paying, I guess I could answer a few questions. Hold on one sec. And then he turns to just like a woman that's holding like two hands of some kids, and he goes, hey, yeah, that'll just be 5 gold, ma'am. Yeah, stay safe out there. It's not dangerous, but it does help to know not where to bring your kids. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that'll be fine. He takes like 5 gold and he puts it just in a pouch that's tied to his waist, then he turns back and he goes, what you need to know?
Where do you get them? Where you making them? Are they true? How much of it is blogna?
Okay, I probably should have started this by saying I don't got any fucking names. And I also don't care if it's real. The scrolls telling the truth are so inconsequential to the business itself. These scrolls could talk about who shits where, and I wouldn't give a fuck. As long as these tourists buy them because it thinks it makes their lives a bit easier.
You don't know the gold mine you're sitting on.
I do. I'm literally getting gold from it.
Yeah, you need to be charging more.
Oh, I've done my testing. People will not pay. There's a lot of people that don't know what a fucking scroll is. They're like $5 gold for some parchment. Get out of your goddamn mind. So I found 5 gold for tourists right off the boat. That's a great deal, especially when I'm selling them peace of mind. That's why I say 5 gold peace of mind. You can't get a better deal. No way, no how.
Start lighting them on fire to show that magical artifacts such as this cannot so easily be destroyed. Anyway, where are you getting them?
See, that's the kind of question that fucks with my livelihood.
And what if I promise not to fuck with your life?
You can hurt me. You could kill me, probably. I mean, fucking look at you.
What'll that do for me?
Nothing.
I know.
Another me is gonna be here tomorrow.
I don't want to hurt you.
I hope not, because I don't want to be hurt by you. It seems like you are after some information, but your motive, that's the important thing. Why do you give a shit about these fucking scrolls?
I'll tell you why. And I'm gonna be truthful. I'm gonna lean in.
Really quickly,
Okay, yeah, please.
I assume the focus has been on of this lizard folk has been on Letto specifically because there's been a lot of hard conversation back and forth.
If the other three of you approach and also kind of make yourself seen, he would still keep his focus on Letto, but his lizard eyes would be like he would clock y'all.
And I would say I'm not doing anything. I'm not trying to like sneak around him and like, start to do whatever. More importantly, I'm just trying to see if he's looking at my hand as I attempt to subtly, with a sleight of hand, cast Detect Thoughts.
Are you subtle casting it? Or you?
No, I'm saying I don't have the means to do it subtly, but it's a verbal, somatic, and material. Material is going to be my wand, and somatic is going to be moving my hand, and I'm going to speak. So I'm trying to see if there's a way I can mask them actually casting a spell. Because his focus is elsewhere.
Yeah.
I can stand in front of you.
I could help you with guidance. On the roll.
Is it? And it's not. There's no vocal.
There is vocal.
Okay, so he would hear you.
Yes, but it's going to be Letto. I'm going to use my vocal component of this, just calling to Letto, not something that's going to hint that I'm casting a spell.
Okay. You can do that.
Can I give the help action by saying, not now, Rick? As if he was talking to me.
Which he was.
Right. That doesn't
yes.
make any sense. I realize now.
Well, I was going to say it would be you can do that. Roll stealth at disadvantage.
Fair.
Because he is shifty. Like Letto has put him not at ease, I'll say.
It's fair.
Can I give him guidance? Is that okay?
Does guidance also have a vocal component?
Yes.
I'm not going to say you can't. I am going to say you, with the highest passive insight in this group, would probably err on the side of not doing anything else to make this guy run.
Okay, fair.
Well, the higher of the two was a 22. The lower of the two was an 8. So,
which one did you roll first?
The lower.
Okay, because I was going to say the disadvantage was canceled out by Letto giving you help.
Unfortunately, I can't lie. Yeah. The 4 was rolled first.
Okay, so you go to cast Detect Thoughts.
Mm-hmm.
And he goes, "What the fuck is this?" And then drops 2 scrolls on the ground and tries to run. Yes, Olok.
And I try to trip him with my bow staff. Just like nonchalantly, just kind of stick it out.
Yeah.
Can I really quickly? Never mind. Go ahead.
And then just kind of make it like an accident, just like, oops, sorry, and then like pick him
make
up.
an athletics check, and then he will also make an athletics check.
Athletics. Oh.
21 does beat his 15. So you drop that bow staff, plant it into the ground right where his foot goes, and he trips over it and just falls down. And he does like tuck and roll. He is a nimble guy, but he's still like down on a knee looking back up at you guys. He goes, "I don't fucking want any trouble. I don't know who you fucking are. I don't know why you're fucking trying to get into my goddamn head. Walk up here, asking me fucking questions, get in my space. I'm just trying to make a fucking living out here."
Then perhaps a couple of answers.
And I'll stick out a hand and kind of lift him up if he accepts it.
I don't think he would.
Okay. We don't
he would
want
just-
trouble. We just want answers. And we want the truth. Please.
With as much sincerity as possible.
Did his backpack open?
You drop 2 scrolls.
Can I cast Moment to Think and take a quick look at him?
Read that spell to me.
When you cast a spell, you briefly stop time for everyone but yourself. You can take 1 additional action and move around in your space while no time passes for the other creatures. The action can be used only to take the search, study, or utilize action. Furthermore, you can't affect or damage any creature or object other than the objects you are wearing or carrying. If an object leaves your hand, it also becomes frozen in time.
Yeah. I'd say, does this have a vocal component or a somatic component?
It's just vocal.
Just vocal. Okay. Yeah, I'd say you can.
So it's all it is. All I do is say stop.
Yeah.
And then for 6 seconds, I want to take a look at the scrolls, just to see if they're any different. I can't pick them up, but I want to take a look.
As far as you're able, it says you can pick it up, but as soon as you let go of it, it would go back to.
If I have it in my hand at first, then if I let go of it, it'll be frozen in time. If it's already out of my hand and it's frozen in time, I can't move it.
Okay. I'll say that one of them unraveled a little bit when it hit the ground. It's a new scroll.
So nothing different, nothing
Nope.
out of the ordinary, just same thing he's been giving everybody else. Okay, fair enough. In 6 seconds, it just pops back in.
I would say, Letto, with your background as a pirate, you would probably be able to pick up on. This is obviously. It might not be an illegal trade, but it's not like a documented type of thing.
Right.
Like if his whole livelihood is based on just a guy on a ship who sneaks shit over, and if that guy's name gets out, then this guy runs out of stuff to sell.
Right.
This scroll could be an always thing. This scroll could just be the flavor of the week for him.
Right.
That is the type of guy that you are dealing with.
We're not trying to cause you any grief. Just looking in on a couple of intriguing things. And I'm gonna squat down next to him and be like, to be perfectly honest with you, my motives. I'm just trying to impress the professors. These other people, they're real smart. I'm not real smart. I'm like you. And I talk well. And these scrolls have really gotten a hold of them, so if any information I might be able to pull up on them simply makes me look better, that's not any detriment to you. I'm a
He, like,
bit
gives you-
insistent on the matter, I do say though.
Yeah. Give me a persuasion or an intimidation, whichever one you feel you are trying to convey the most here.
I'll go persuasion.
Okay.
14 plus 3, 17.
Cool. With a 17, he would give you a once over and just kind of go, I don't care about no fucking professors, but it is a bit fucking weird that a Crimson Lord has to ask about where the fuck I got some shit I shouldn't have.
Kind of look sideways. If I wanted to fully walk within that, headspace, then you're right. I wouldn't be asking.
At that, Rick steps up, looks at the individual. We apologize. I'm going to assume that Rick has shmoneys, and is going to give scrolls. He's selling them for 5, right?
Yeah.
Great. I'm going to give him 10. And I'm going to say, forget any of this happened. We were looking for some information, and that's what's called. What do they call them? Bygones?
Yeah.
I'm not that.
And
Respectfully.
he goes to take the gold from you, and he puts it in his pouch, and he slowly backs away from the group.
I'm holding action.
That's
And
how we
after
got
he-
what we needed.
He
Oh.
After he gets a few feet away, he's just gonna turn and sprint.
Okay, he's sprinting, and I look to Rick as I hold my hand up. We got what we needed?
Yes. Because what we don't need is us in a predicament because of a news clipping.
I think I'm onto something. Let's follow this lead. I'll let him go.
As you guys kind of just stand up and to leave this situation, you realize that there's a bubble of just empty space that has been formed around. And there's a lot of people just kind of on the edge, looking at their scrolls and then back up at you guys and then backing away. A lot of kids hiding behind mom and dad's legs.
Already, they're so bound up by these scrolls. So protective of them.
Or they're protective. He pauses. He doesn't even finish the sentence. He kind of just lets it go. Looking at the mother with the child, looking at the shopkeep who might be starting to close their door a little bit, or the stall. Just, we should probably, for the day, call this kaputs.
I watched the fleeing figure. I like it. Ugh. Now I have the reach of a long-sized creature, so I can stretch with all this space.
What now?
Well, there's a couple things that you guys could do. Your next thing that you have, your next time hack that you have to beat is Monday. You have your practical test. It is Friday evening. The sun is starting to set, so you have the weekend to just relax, test out the crystals, stuff like that, and then meet up Monday for the test. If you really wanted to push it, there's maybe a couple of people that you could speak to about maybe Letto, there's potentially somebody that you have a connection to that might be able to track down, but you might also think that, the criminal part of this is so widespread. It literally could be 50 people that are bringing this in from somewhere. If you wanted to track down some sort of spellcaster that maybe can crack the code of what these scrolls are, you absolutely can try that. But I would say on top of that, a lot of people that you would think of would probably also be working at the school and therefore done for the weekend.
Because it's Friday?
Yeah, Friday evening now.
Friday evening, right. Okay.
Olok is going to request from the group that he has a portion of Saturday to spend some time with the actual crystal to meditate with it, and it hopes to start cracking away at its life essence a little bit and see if he can kind of channel it through him and through the crystal and kind of run through that cycle until it's not second nature, but like he's like, okay, I got this down.
I think I would probably go with him to do that. I would probably spend.
Yeah.
I'm like, hey, I can hang. I can meditate for a while.
Absolutely. There'll be like a outside of like the monk area. There is like this kind of like outdoor area where Olok kind of has created his own little butt groove. And yeah, we can absolutely sit and meditate. And it's Olok will kind of sit down with you. And like that little like thud, and then you kind of like bounce in the air a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay, Pi. Olok wants you to breathe in deep, breathe out long. Feel the crystal. Feel the life essence. Feel life. No peeking.
See if anything's happening.
Olok just has like cross-legged, as much as he can cross-legged. It kind of hands towards the crystal, and yeah, just trying to practice the life essence through it.
I think.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty easy for you guys at this point to be able to put a little bit of life essence into something. One of the things that you do realize is that when you put life essence into this crystal, and waiting a few seconds, it doesn't dissipate. Like, you can still sense there is life essence in this crystal, which does mean on some level this crystal does conduct life essence.
Okay.
So are we both able to put it in there, and are we able to detect whether we can take it back out, or is it just kind of permanently in there?
So I'll say if Olok puts his life essence in, because there is a blue crack that runs down. If Olok puts his life essence in, the clear part of the crystal glows ever so faintly when he does. But Pi, when you do it, the blue crack that goes down the middle glows.
Cool. Interesting. As we're kind of meditating, there's like a couple moments of just pure quiet. Maybe the crystal's radiating, and then you'll hear Olok.
Pi. Remember that you cannot fight battles externally if you are fighting battles internally.
I'm trying to think of where I'm going with this one. Train of thought just went woo.
If you are having difficulty fighting hunger internally, you have people that can help you with this. You do not have to fight this alone.
I appreciate that. I was on my own for a really long time. I'm getting used to having help. But
you feel like a little, like, just like a very light boulder tap.
Oh.
And she gets a little bit misty, but smiles and she does appreciate that. So we can manipulate this thing.
Mm-hmm.
Do you
I think we have this test in the bag.
He like
think
sticks
so,
his
too.
thumb up. Yeah.
Yeah. We should.
Let's go give the crystal back to Rick.
I mean, I can
What
give the
kind of-
crystal. It's. I have to hold on to it. I was told I have to give it back at some point.
Will the others have kind of also practiced throughout the weekend towards this? Like we all have like.
Yeah, I think to a certain degree, whether it's with the crystal
Cool.
or with our own
Life essence.
life
and
essence
whatnot.
experiences and stuff, I would like to try to persuade Rick into helping me hunt down a wizard to look into this scroll, which again is something that Rick doesn't even have like necessarily like an ambition towards, which is why I'm coming in and just being like, I need help, you're smart.
You wouldn't have to convince, actually. I think he would have, when you were trying to find him, he was going to look for you. So it's probably while they're having crystal experience.
Oh, real quick, you would notice I have washed.
What?
As you can tell, I have showered.
The hair is just so much puffier.
Gross.
All the Firbolg fur is just. You ever see those like shampooed cows?
Oh my God! Yeah, I think he's taken aback a little bit. Correct me if I'm wrong, Letto. Is that your full name, Letto? Short for anything?
Letto Errant.
It's the way we went to the docks to
There we
get
go. Sorry.
information about whatever. That was an ambition or something else. I doubt that is connected to the school. Most people don't get mad at those selling news.
If I use smaller and more obvious terms in this explanation, I apologize. It's just I'm going to assume you don't know too much about where I'm from. And I'll go into a little bit about the politics of piracy and the Crimson Lords, a little bit of a history and their involvement with the overthrowing of Hightower.
Rick, based on your reading of history, like anything that you've done your own research on, you're aware of the Crimson Lords. Some of the details, some of the specifics that you read on are a little bit different than how Leto, the pirate, is presenting them.
Fair. But also,
the big things are there.
But also, what he could have read is the bastardized version of the truth, because the Crimson Lords were there, and he's one. And just really quickly, what was their connection to the Hightower?
They helped overthrow through Bob. They had a hand because the wizards, the tyrants, had a navy, and we needed to make sure that the navy couldn't be called in when we attacked, and so Bob was and I was also there as a wee, I don't know what a baby cow is called, a wee sea pup,
A calf.
a wee sea calf. But you need to understand, that was as kind as I could have been. We take and this whole land is born of violence. There is theft, and then there is what we do. And so what I did was a kindness in my eyes.
Kindness.
We take. I asked.
No, I get that. Sorry, that is absolutely understandable. More so, just if someone is letting others know that issues may be happening around them, issues they didn't know about. I'm saying one would think that someone would be appreciative of the news. And this was the opposite direction. I'm mainly curious to know where that comes from. You're such a bubbly disposition you have.
Make a persuasion check. Pretty please.
$19.
Rick, there's not much to me. I noted how this scroll was affecting the professors. And as you know, I am not quite academically minded. I'm good with words. And if I can get a one-up, if I can find a way to find favor with the professors, it pushes my own personal agenda, which is ultimately thriving here. And you can tell that there's a little bit that Letto's not saying here.
Sure.
But it's ultimately selfish, and therefore a bit boring.
Well, I will say, despite your salty exterior, there's something I find fascinating. And I think one would think that if we ace this test, that is the first step in getting favor. Correct. And perhaps one could fail a test if they are caught in the wild, causing issue outside, where many people and their children and shopkeepers saw. I wonder what's going to appear on the Doom Scroll next.
Letto hadn't thought of that. Oh. Then
So,
we must act quickly.
perhaps we should get better favor. To the test! And and he will start whatever type of knowledge and practice for whatever.
Sure. Before we go to our second break, Pi, when you get home that night, Arctreon is sitting in the living room waiting. And when you walk in, he has the scroll open to a spot. And he says, "You know anything about this?" And he hands it to you. And the headline that he has it on is 4 school students assault merchant by the docks.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, shit.
Fuck. Oh, no.
And that
Oh, no.
is where we'll go to break.
Oh, God. All right.
You didn't have to wait for me.
And
It's fine.
we're back.
Welcome back,
Oh, thanks.
everybody. Yeah. We will be skipping the weekend and going straight into this test. Pi was grounded for the weekend anyway, so it's not like anything could have happened.
Thanks, Leto.
We will pick up right before the practical test. You all enter the arena from the underground tunnels that connect each schoolhouse to the arena, and there's a lobby of sorts that you convene in, and the 4 of you are sitting with each other, and across the aisle from you are the 4 Genasi cousins that you'll be taking this practical exam with and or against. They are cousins because it's an air Genasi, a fire Genasi, a water Genasi, and an earth Genasi. So they have to be cousins. Or else.
Or else what?
Oh, it'd be weird if they're siblings. That's not how Genasi work.
There's a reference here somewhere, gang. There's a reference here somewhere.
There isn't. It's just.
If an air genasi and an air genasi have a water genasi, something's wrong.
Yeah.
Dude, an air genasi and an air genasi have a water that somebody lied.
Yeah. So they're all cousins. It's Gan, Atarak, Okuz, and Pot. Not that you would need to know any of their names, but they are
Say
sitting.
them again?
Gan, Atarak, Okuz, and Pot.
Okay.
Well, one of them's got to be Goku. I feel like these are definitely Dragon Ball references.
Gan and Okuz put together kind of would, but that is not the reference. One of them is sitting with a small, unidentifiable object on their lap. You would assume this is their attempt at finding an object that can conduct life essence. It's no extraplanar crystal, that's for sure.
Oh, I hate you. I wrote it out and it makes sense now. Oh, I hate you.
What'd you find?
Oh, it's Avatar. Katara backwards is Atarak.
Oh, man.
Oh, I'm so mad.
Yeah, I just took the H out of Toph's name and flipped it around. Zuko backwards,
Gan.
Okuz.
It's Pig Latin.
Atarak, I switched the T in a place to make it sound a little bit better, and then Gan is.
And then Toph
There's
is
no way to
spelled
do
with a PH. Well
backwards.
played.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, we're cooked. It's
hate
the Aang gang.
Rick, inspiration.
Hey.
Usually before a practical exam, Lil Bonbon comes in, and 2 instructors that will be assisting with the test. They are not here yet. Usually they wait. It's sort of like a scare tactic is what it is. They're just gonna let everybody sits in that room alone with no instructions other than to wait for the teachers to see how nervous they get is sort of the thing. At this point, you would be well aware of this and probably used to it, but they're just not going to stop the bit.
I sip my flask and pour some on my sea urchin.
If there's anything that you guys would like to do or discuss with each other before the teachers walk in or before the practical exam begins, now would be the time.
Out of curiosity, does it matter how many hit dice that Olok and I put into this thing on Friday? Does that make a difference?
Does a little bit, just in the sense that you only have 5, and for a long rest you get half of your hit dice back, rounded down. So if you put in 5 hit dice on Friday, then when you went to sleep you'd wake up Saturday with 2, and then if you did it again Saturday, then you'd wake up Sunday with 2.
I think I only probably put 1 in there, so
I can.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
I couldn't hear you, Aiden.
Doing 1 on Saturday. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just to
Cool.
see if it actually does anything. So
Mhm.
Yeah,
we
I
have
mean
4 or 5 now.
you were able to put the life essence in, and also it has held.
Oh, okay.
Still not entirely sure of what it do, but it could
It
do
do.
something.
As Letto is having a beverage. Okay, so I want to be abundantly clear. I don't think the crystal necessarily is what we need. I had a gut feeling it wasn't, but something based on everything that happened on Friday tells me we need a win in some way, shape, or form. So this is to show that in some way, shape, or form, I would also like us to win. Note, I didn't say me. And you see that he has a hand on part of his robes, and he'll open that and reach inside. And as he does, you see him pull out what seems to be almost something harpoon-like. About medium-sized-ish, not super big, and it has a chain at the end of it instead of it being a rope. And it is probably dull, very dull, but also probably some form of pristineness because it having the ability to harness magic and or life essence. I've had this for quite some time. It's what we need.
I'm reading over my notes. Sorry.
So
I kind of nod. I'm not too. I'm a little surprised that there's a sudden additional, but I'm not surprised you kept it a secret.
how do you know it's what we need?
Because it's... How long have you been at this school?
Who here has been to the history museum or done any of the history tours on the
For
island?
sure.
Pi, you would recognize this. It's not exactly the same, but it's similar enough to the chains that Mincefire used that
You mean
you
the
would
things that
go.
I wanted to go and look at? Okay.
I found it
Okay.
when I was younger. I've had it for quite some time. It's the reason I'm a wizard, honestly.
Okay.
And someone, he looks at Letto, but doesn't see their name. We all need some favor after what has happened.
Okay.
Putting the school in a bad position probably isn't the best thing, so I'm
That's
willing
fair.
to trade existence to make sure that we don't fail out of the school.
Okay. That's fair. It's fair.
Sips flask.
After a couple of minutes, in enters Lil Bonbon, flanked by Willionir and Maisie. Lil Bonbon stands at the front of the classroom, and he looks and goes, "Well, it looks like you all made it on time. I'm so proud of you. And we have some attempts." And he looks over at the Genasi cousins and he goes, "That just looks like a stick you found." And they go, No, it. You'll see. You'll see. It does something." And he goes, "All right. I'm excited to see what it does." And do you guys have the crystal and or the chain?
I have.
And the pie.
So Lil Bonbon clocks the crystal and he goes, "Ooh, I haven't seen something like that before. Maybe. And then almost all at the same time, all three instructors clock the chain. And Maisie and Willionir do not take their eyes off of it. And Lil Bonbon goes, is that a second?"
Sorry, I've had these for this since I was I yes. No, I'm trying to say this in the way so that you don't take these from me.
They're family heirlooms.
Thank you. Not family.
They're heirlooms.
I found them a long time ago. They
Olok will lean towards Letto.
But isn't lying bad?
That depends entirely on the outcome.
Mm,
And the motive.
Right. I have no reason to take anything from you, especially if it's something that you have had for many years. You have brought in two different things that might be able to conduct life essence, and that in and of itself is at least worth a little bit of extra credit when grading comes to be. Yes, Pi?
Am I gonna tell him that my tome also evidently might be that kind of
Are you?
artifact?
You're more than welcome to.
I'm probably gonna say, well, technically, my holy book does too.
Oh, wow! Three whole things. And at this point, the four Genasi cousins just start grabbing random shit from their pockets and bags, and they're like, "I also brought," and then it's just pencils, pens, books.
Cool
Somebody
rock.
lost a shoe. A cool rock. They're like, "We have 8 things." And Lil Bonbon's like, "All right, calm down. Yes. You can all prove it on the field. Without further ado, I do suppose it's time to tell you what is going on. A little classic game of Capture the VIP." And there's a brief pause where clearly he's expecting something to happen. And nothing does. And then he like elbows Willionaire and Maisie, and they go, "Right." And Willionaire kind of shapeshifts and whatever he needs to do to get extra arms, and then ties up Maisie,
Oh.
and then ties himself up, and then reverts back to normal. And he goes, "We're the VIPs. We've technically, well, this is more of like a recapture the VIP, I suppose, if we're already doing the little
Rick is
bonbon
going-
just goes, "Anyway, we'll go out and we'll see the playing field today." And then Maisie starts just jumping, like hopping as if in a potato sack race, but like her legs are not tied up. She's just doing this.
Oh, I love her.
Rick, I know you started to say something. Did you want to?
No, just saying that once the focus is off of the chains, he just quickly wants to put them away. He's
Absolutely.
only brought them out because we have it, so credit. But if we don't need them actively out, he is putting it away.
Yeah. Notably, the Forgenasi cousins didn't seem to give a shit. They're like, "Okay, and I have a rock, so."
Damn a rock.
You guys walk out
Got him.
into the arena. You would know at this point the arena is it's magic, right? The stadium is full. People know when practical tests are happening. It is a community event. It's a sporting event. So the stands are filling. They're half full already. People are just pouring in. and you look around, and it's way bigger from this side. Like when you're in the arena, it's like walking into the Wizard's Tower, where you're like, oh, this is massive in here. But if you're in the stands, you're never too far. There's no seat that's like too far away, kind of thing. We love magic because I don't have to explain it like Batman. So you guys walk in and you see this big open grass field, and you guys are actually walking on sand right now. You come in and it's just like beach sand, and there's a river that runs through the middle of the area. And, notably, the four Genasi have walked on the right-hand side of the river. You guys are on the left-hand side of the river, so you're broken up by. It's not a massive. It's not the Mississippi, but it's like it's big enough and stream enough to make a person at least second guess trying to swim across it type of beat. And back in the back right corner, there's a big dense forest. In the back left corner is like a mountainous area. There's some buildings off to one side and some ruins and a little bit of like Greek columns and architecture off to the right. Kind of like leaned up against the rocks in the back left. Letto, you would probably clock first, is a ship, like a sailing ship, like a 20 crew ship. And there's another one near the forest as well on that side of the river. And as far as you can tell from here, they seem to be in good shape. At least good enough shape that like a used car salesman would slap the roof of it while trying to close on the sale of it. And you both, all 8 students and the 3 instructors, walk to the middle of the arena. You look up and out at the whole crowd. People are cheering and clapping and throwing popcorn already. And Lil Bonbon says, "Now I am in the danger zone, the splash zone, if you will. So I am going to get out of here. And as soon as I do, there will be a big countdown, as there always is. And when that countdown strikes 0, you begin. Understood?" And he points at all the Genasi cousins. They go, "Yes!" Like they're just totally upset at the whole kit and caboodle, the whole showmanship aspect of this. And he points to the 4 of you. "Do you understand?"
Mm-hmm.
Aye.
"Great. Now I'm going to skedaddle." And he starts scampering back in the tunnel. The instructor that you guys are with, which is Willie Neer, is on your side. Maisie is on their side. The instructors start walking away from the river, expecting you guys to follow. Sort of like a, hey, let's get a little bit of a distance between the groups before we say go. And Lil Bonbon exits the arena. And you see just kind of massive glowing numbers in the sky. Just 10 and some fireworks. 9, 8. It ticks all the way down. And as soon as it hits 0, there's
Are those seconds prep? Because I roll at the mage armor.
Yeah. Yep. Absolutely. Prep.
Yep. As it's kind of counting down, Olok kind of like shuffles out a little bit, and then like Keanu Reeves in the first Matrix movie, he kind of just gets into one fighting position, and a bunch of dust comes off of Olok. I'll leave it at that.
Okay. Yeah.
I will say, hold on, before you do any more prep, the distance between you guys and the group of Genasi is pretty fucking sizable. This is a massive arena. I'm talking like 400 feet between the 2 groups, and then probably like another 200 feet on either. So like your group to the wall and their group to their wall is another 200 feet. Like this is.
Wow.
This is a massive, it's 800 feet diameter. So where you guys are at is about 200 feet to the river, 200 feet to the wall, maybe 100 feet to the boat. And then they are 200 feet to the river, 200 feet to the wall.
From the windows.
That's funny.
And again, about 100 feet from the forest and their ship on their side as well.
And sorry, just so we understand, our job is to get Maisie,
Yes, you have to capture Maisie.
and their job is to get Willionaire.
Yes.
Is it also our job to protect Willionaire?
Yes.
Okay,
You have to maintain your VIP while capturing theirs.
gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
And you don't have to worry about deadly force or anything. This is also practical tests for the paladins and clerics.
Okay. Yeah, just as we get ready and the countdown's going down, there's almost like a vacant expression on Rick for a moment. Before he kind of gets back together and he looks across and you see him point to his head, his chest, and his lower regions. What I'm about to say, and it's not it. Just his leg, and just going down the motions, and as he does, almost like a curtain of magic forms upon him as he casts Mage Armor.
Okay.
I'll just throw this like this is above table. Do you want me on the defense? Do you want me on the offense?
Offense, please.
Yeah, I'm thinking.
Okay.
I'm thinking offense.
Cool.
Absolutely
then I
offense.
have spicy movement.
Okay.
I'm excited.
I'm gonna go ahead and hit bless on all three of you.
Thank you.
So what that means is, whenever you would make an attack roll or a saving throw before my spell ends in like 10 rounds, you add 1d4 to your attack roll or save.
Nice.
Are you more? Is your subclass more of a DPS druid or a support druid?
Oh, for sure, support. Oh no, I'm sorry,
Druid.
you were talking to me.
I am a control caster. I'm not high damage.
Okay.
I'm like hold person and stuff like
Then
that.
Rick will look to Letto and say, "You stay back." And I'm going to go to Olok, and I'm say, "I'm going to need a little bit of that, thank you." And I'm going to bonus action, access Olok's essence.
Ooh.
I do technically have to attack you, but it's not damage or anything like that.
You just have to touch them. If somebody's willing, you can just touch them.
Fair.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And as I touch Olok, touch the rock, which one do I take?
I want that as a text tone.
I think I take your speed.
Oh.
Ooh, okay. How much you taking them off of speed?
I think that let me rephrase, not taking. But as
Copying.
I access your essence,
Okay.
I'm going to because let me do this correctly. Bonus action that I will replicate your walking speed.
Okay, you now have a speed of 40 feet.
Great.
Also, I need to retract my earlier statement. I am damage focused as well as control.
Kind of going back and forth. That makes sense. You'll do it.
It's a mix.
Oh yeah.
So I'm trying to piece this all together. So Olok does that little shuffle, the dust comes off of him, and you see Olok sprint at a speed that you didn't think was possible. Olok gives a little jump, goes into Kerell mode, into a ball, and just starts rolling at Mach 1 towards
Hell yeah.
That's so
Lindsay.
cool.
Yeah.
So cool. Yes.
That's
But
very cool.
you wouldn't be allowed to move until clock hits 0.
Yeah, no,
So-
that's when the thing says go.
Yeah.
Roll
And
initiative.
I will need everybody to roll initiative.
Let's go.
Oh, that's super cool.
Whoops, that was completely off the table.
8.
Into the tray.
Jesus
It's
Christ.
a 10.
Put it in the
21.
Doom chat.
16. Oops.
I'm a little worried. I roll high on initiative and roll low on anything else.
What's the? Obviously, these are elemental beings that we're going up against the Angang. What are they wearing? Like, is it armor? Is it like leather? Is it knives? Is it bows? Is it magical stuff?
Pot, the the Earth Genasi. He's wearing armor.
Okay.
He very sword and board, probably a fighter. The water, the air, and the fire Genasi all look like they're wearing either leather or cloth. Lighter, very fluid. Doesn't like they want to be able to get in and out of things and stuff. Whereas like the Earth Genasi is like, I am going to stand here, and you will have to move me.
I'll move them.
Which one is which?
I
don't know.
Pots.
Toph is the Earth Genasi.
Okay.
Zuko is the fire Genasi. Katara is the water Genasi. And Aang is the air Genasi.
Air, you said for the last one? Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay, we have Rick.
Just a real quiet smash.
Oh, sorry, I was trying to figure out what exactly that ball form is, and it's called Kerell Smash. So it's, I gotta, yeah, it doesn't cost anything. I'm just like, what does this do? Yeah.
Fire benders.
Smash.
Elementalist, you say? The arcane elements appeal to me.
Okay.
Just real quiet smash.
So the clock hits 0, and in that moment, there are like drainage pipes that line the arena. And as the moment the clock hits 0, water starts pouring into the arena from those pipes. And the river itself starts flooding. It before even like a full second has gone past the 0 mark.
Oh my god.
All of your feet are wet.
The sea
Like
is with us.
In that brief moment, though, you hear the water Genasi go,
yeah. Same with me in the back.
and if you look closely, you can see the fire Genasi just standing there with 2 middle fingers at the water Genasi, just.
Just for understanding, that's not a map, right? This is off the internet.
Correct. I can give you the map of the arena without the water in it.
That would be awesome.
No, I wouldn't hate that actually.
Yeah.
But it's all going to be water soon.
Fair.
Let me see if I can grab that.
Letto
real quick.
sails. Yes.
Letto sails.
Okay, just making sure.
Letto, Feffers been reading up on his nautical terms. The only one that's stuck is the seacock, which is a implement at the bottom of the boat that manipulates water coming in and out of the hull.
Got it.
Not the poop deck.
Nope. This is the
sweet.
seacock.
Okay.
No,
This
wait,
seems familiar.
The poop deck is the one that isn't going to. Great, love this. Okay.
Yeah, and we're going to be theater of mind, but this is the general vibes. Well, for now.
Okay.
Love it.
Oh yeah. Clearly, it's about to all be blue.
Yeah. So this is going to bring us to Rick at the top of the round. With the knowledge that this whole thing is filling with water, how would you like to respond? It is your turn.
There is an immediate annoyance upon Rick, the wizard with robes that are about to be very wet at the bottom. Can't even prestidigitate that away immediately. Seeing though that, I mean, water or not, the goal is still to get to Maisie. action dash movement. Um, and I'm not gonna waste any spells just because there's no point to right now. 'Cause you said it's hundreds of feet away, so even some other things.
Yeah, it's 200 feet to the river, and then 200 feet beyond that is the group. 100 feet away is the boat.
Yeah. I think he's just going to run. That's just literally all he can do. These people are way too far.
At where are you running?
Towards the. I'm trying to get towards the center of the place.
So you're running at the group, at the other group, the Genasi.
You know what? They're going to come to us, aren't they?
Well, they're gonna go to the hostages. Where are the hostages?
So Willionaire is just standing behind you guys.
yeah,
oh,
yeah. They have to
oh,
come.
perfect.
Yeah. I think
So
they
Maisie
have.
stands behind them, and then Willionaire stands.
Yeah, this is a good move.
Yeah. The Genasi all feel like they're ready to go. So I think they're going to be more ready to come to us. So at the very least, I'm going to get close, but get to a spot that I can not be submerged eventually. So I'll use my 80 feet of movement to get to a spot that lets me get a little bit of height.
Okay. Yeah. If you look at that map, all those numbers are in 5 feet increments, feet above floor level.
I see.
The river is 5 feet high, and then beyond the banks, it's like 10 feet high. All those rocks and stuff are.
And where are we at?
You guys would be towards the left, somewhere near the fork in the road.
Okay. Cool.
How far do those buildings in the red?
150. Yeah, the boat would be like straight north, 100 feet. The buildings would be like 150 feet to the west.
Mm-hmm.
The river is 200 feet to the east.
Okay. I'm going to run towards what would be 3, like the rocky area, just to start getting a height and also get a vantage point.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
absolutely.
That's my plan.
Yeah. That's how many feet can you move on your turn?
80.
Okay, so you're
Dang.
basically got almost at the just the tip of that 3 there.
Well, I took his speed, so
Yeah.
I could get farther, but I don't want to waste a second level spell slot.
Yeah, you're also pretty damn close now to the ship. The ship is
Great.
resting up against those rocks.
You know what? I will. You'll see. As I get to the spot. Nope. Never mind. I use my action to dash. No, I don't. Continue.
Okay. That brings us to Olok.
So Olok will go into Kerell Smash, kind of go for like a quick dash, enter ball form. I will do I just had it up too, which is crazy. I'm gonna spend 1 key point, and I will do Step of the Wind, which is my dash, and I will do a full 80 feet towards Maisie. So if you ever rolled like a basketball in the rain and it kind of like has that spinning water, that's exactly what you see as I just bolt off towards
so
Maisie.
Cool.
Kerell are cool, man. I like
Kerell are
Kerell.
cool.
And that's my full turn then.
Oh my god, Bill,
Okay.
that hurt.
And just where are they on the map? So I have a relative.
The general see that gray rectangle thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a little like a Greek gazebo.
Cathedral.
Cathedral type thing.
Parthenon, Coliseum, not Coliseum, but
They're probably just standing under that.
Okay, I'm going right towards them. So 80 feet in total.
Cool.
And I gotta take 1 key point.
Pie.
Mm-hmm.
Your turn. With Letto on deck.
So, and none of them had their turns in between. They all rolled lower than us.
Not necessarily, but they are so far away and none of them that have taken their turn have moved towards you guys yet.
Can I
Even if
see
they did something,
which way
you
they're
wouldn't
moving?
be able. The fire genasi has immediately started running for the boat.
Okay.
The water genasi has not moved. He's
gonna be
just
fine
joy.
anyway. Mhm.
And those are the only two that have had their turn.
Okay. And so Olok went one direction towards them, and then Rick went the other.
Mhm.
Awesome. I'm not fast, but I will make it towards the boat because that feels like the most logical place to be. Eventually, there's going to be a lot of water, and I'm a cat. Historically, not our favorite thing.
That's fair. Yeah.
So I'm just gonna dash, honestly, and take 70 feet towards the boat.
Cool. You're about 30 feet away from it.
Mm-hmm.
Letto.
Okay. I have been instructed to keep Bob alive. Bob will be yoinked. So he's with us. He's behind me. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna hold my action. To you want me to say what I'm holding my action for?
Yeah.
Twin cast hold person.
On.
I'm holding my action if people get all the way to me and Bob, so I can stop them.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, yeah. Willionaire's not running away. He will. If you ask him to move somewhere, he'll move there. But he's not, like, his goal is not to escape you. So I just wanted to make sure that you weren't trying to hold it to.
No. I'm standing by him, and then as the Ang gang approaches, if they get past the party, they start coming after Bob. I'm holding an action to twin cast hold person.
They are 400 feet away, and 2 of them have not started moving towards you.
I don't really have any wind up, so I'm sitting pretty.
Yeah.
Keep my eyes open in case they got a surprise locked in. They get within my casting range, I'm casting it. That's what I'm gonna try to. And then as my bonus action, I turn invisible. It's not a spell. It is a Firbolg bonus action. Until my next turn, I am invisible. Till the start of my next turn. I can do this as many times as I have proficiencies. I might be using it a little early, but hey, I don't know what they got in their pocket. So I'm just gonna line up my mind and let it kind of split into Wayne words, wax words, tied in, tied out style. And
real quick, you are not playing the Twin Mind Ranger anymore.
No, sorry, you're right. I was kind of just saying it for the cinematics.
Oh, okay.
Because of twin cast, I have twin cast.
Gotcha,
So I was
gotcha,
just
gotcha,
kind of
gotcha.
just
Okay.
kind of painting a word picture as I kind of prepare for and you know I visualize the range of my magical capabilities and I sit tight. I try to look as impressive as possible for Bob while doing nothing and then disappearing.
Sort of above the table. I'm not trying to make you do anything particularly, but I am going to question why the pirate who loves the sea did not run towards the pirate ship when the water started coming in.
Because sounds like the ocean is coming to us. But if Bob's here, well, I guess if we take the ship, how far away to the ship?
Like 100 feet.
Okay, so I am going to. I don't know. Let me know if this works. I'm about to get a little weird. I am going to say, Willionnaire Dresvin Barrett, might I carry you?
I don't know, can you?
And then I go invisible, and as I pick him up, he would turn invisible, and I start hoofing it.
That's horrifying, by the way. Just like, I don't know, can you? But like,
I
yeah.
feel like for those
baby.
who know, we need to do a
The question is,
comparison to the invisible moments.
the question is it still would you rule, DM, that thing I carry turns invisible with me, including people?
Yeah, why not?
Hell yeah! Then we go on with the dash action, baby. And what's my movement speed?
If you're paying attention at all, you notice that he's a bit lighter than he normally would be, and it's for sure just because he has sprouted his own wings and is just kind of flapping along with you, but not enough that you feel no weight. He's just like, I'm not gonna let this person fucking carry me.
And yet, here we go. Dash action 60 feet towards the boat.
Perfect. That brings us to the top of round 2. Rick, you are up first. I will tell you what is going. So the water level is. It's been 6 seconds. The water level is like a foot high and continuing to pour in, and the river continues to rise. The water genasi is rising with it, just standing very like Jesus Christ-esque. It's just the fire genasi is now climbing onto the back of the earth genasi as to not touch the water. And they're both just like scrambling for the boat. Maisie is lying on her back, like just backstroking to keep up with them. No arms, because those are tied up. She's just all feet, just beep, 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 beep. And then the air genasi has also risen, but is not touching the water, is moving towards the boat. So the only one that isn't running towards the boat on their end right now is the water genasi, and potentially because they are just having so much fun.
And how far away am I from the boat?
You were like, you moved 80 feet, so yeah, you're like 20 feet away now.
I'm gonna get to the boat. I'm gonna get to the boat. And I believe I'm going to. I don't necessarily need to do that, so I won't. But. I could do that actually, because that does technically give me. Nah, that wouldn't be worth it. Yeah, I'm going to. You see, as I get to the boat, and just watch them get closer. I need to check this. There we go. As I watch them get closer, you see, I almost like absent-mindedly begin to draw in the air, and I'm just waiting. Do I think that by the time the fire or earth elemental genasi or whoever finish moving within the next 6 seconds, they will be within 100 feet of me?
No.
Then I will not hold my action.
Yeah, they're, if anything, even farther away because their boats are like a little bit angled. So
they're going. We're not going to the same boat.
No. Yeah, you got 2 different boats.
Okay.
I thought they was just.
Sorry,
in the angle.
Everybody stretch.
Yeah, I thought it was just like there in this land. There's one boat.
No, there's one on your side, one on their side.
Okay, so the aim is the boat. This makes more sense now.
Okay. I was wondering why you guys weren't all like, oh, okay, so we get to the boat, and now I get it now.
I thought it was just like a landmark. There's a boat here. Okay.
I thought we were gonna have to fight like on the boat for the boat.
Sorry, no, I thought I said that. I guess I didn't.
Yeah,
no.
I caught it. You said there were 2 boats. You said there was
Okay.
one on the other side. Mhm.
I missed it. That's fine.
It's all good.
Rick, I would give you, just because your passive investigation is what it is. Unless they had somebody in that group of 4 that knows how to sail a ship. It's not a foot race at this point. It is a intuition race for them. Can they get to a boat and figure it out enough to properly sail a fucking ship before the pirate on your team can assess the situation?
That makes more sense. Okay. I'm
To
going
you
to
right now, you're probably thinking this is a thing where they will simply hunker down on that ship and we are going to go to them.
Yeah.
Except for the water genasi, they're a wild card.
Gotcha. I'm going to, because Letto is running towards the ship, right?
I am invisible, admittedly.
That is fair. I cannot
But
see
you,
invisible.
yeah, you
thing.
wouldn't.
You would be able to
see
smell
him
him.
or Bob.
You'd be able to smell them.
I'm not a smelly person.
To that point,
No.
I am quick
Letto
stepping
is.
across water. I am quick stepping across water,
Yeah.
so there might be splashes.
There are signs.
Okay. Great. I think and you said we've known each other for a little bit, as far as school goes, so I probably know that he can go invisible.
I'm a Firbolg. It's a Firbolg thing.
Cool, great. I look in the direction, looking for where Letto might be, and once I see it, the footsteps, drawing in the air, prestidigitation, 'cause I can do a symbol. It's going to be like Vegas flashing ship, but then specifically kind of zooms into the ship wheel, and it just starts to spin. Like, let's get up here. Let's go. So anybody who on our team who can see that, he's just trying to signal get to the ship.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I got.
Okay. Olok, you are rolling.
Rolling.
You are a foot deep right now,
Right.
and that water's getting higher.
Yeah. How far am I away from Maisie right now?
Maisie is being moved towards the ship on their end. So
Okay.
she's probably like 30 or so feet from their ship with the earth genasi and the fire genasi and the air genasi.
Okay.
You moved 80. You have 120 feet to the river. It's another 200 feet to where they were. And so maybe that's like 340, 350 feet away from Maisie in a straight line.
Okay. I'll make a hard left. Do the same thing as last time. I'll do the oh my gosh, I have it too, and it's just
Step of the
staring
wind?
me in the face. Step of the wind. I'll do step of the
nice.
wind again, still rolling, but that kind of I'll just do like a hard left towards the ship, another 80 feet. Do I make it there or?
No, I'm not going to do Pythagorean theorem, but you moved 80 feet this way. You were 100 feet this way. I'd say you're like, it's 125 feet from the ship where you were. So now you're 45 feet from the ship.
Okay.
You know what?
Yeah.
I'll make it 40.
Perfect. So I can cling
Yeah.
to the side like a barnacle.
I like to
my
imagine
next
you
turn.
popped out of ball form for a moment and just went, this was a mistake. And then pops
Olok
back into ball form.
misjudged.
Yeah. So I'll just do that, and that'll be my turn. So I can kind of hightail it there.
Okay. The water genasi has started sprinting at you guys across the surface of the water. Not intimidatingly fast, mind you. But he's also the only one that can walk on water right now. So, full sprint in y'all's direction. He's a little closer. Still not close enough to be like, I should pay attention to that.
Mhm.
Pi, you're up with Letto on deck.
Cool. You said I have about 30 feet left, so that'd just be my regular movement speed to get
Mhm.
to the boat. Is it going to take my movement speed to get up on it as well?
Technically, yes, but I'm not gonna.
Okay, can you describe
Yeah,
it to me? Like, how do you get onto this boat? Is there like a ladder on the side? Is there a rope? What are we looking at?
Well, for you guys, the easiest way would probably just be climbing up some of those mountains and then just walking from, because it's leaning up against the rocks.
Okay.
So you could just walk up the mountains and then just walk straight onto the ship is not leveled yet. It's as the water level rises, it'll be able to like even out. So it's just like at an angle leaned against those rocks, and you can kind of just walk up the rocks and then onto the.
Okay, that's outside of how I'm going to get on the ship. Were it on water, how does somebody get onto the ship for, say, like?
How familiar is Pi with shipping vessels? Or with sailing vessels?
You grew up on an island.
That's a very good point, but I'm in the swamp, baby.
True.
So I mean, I'm looking for something like, is there a ladder? Is there a rope? Is there a gangway? Something that is obviously how you get onto the ship. Were you from the water?
From where you are right now, even if you were not on the ship, you wouldn't be able to see anything. If you got onto just
Once I get onto the ship, I'm just going to get on
Yeah.
the deck of the ship and look around. What do I see?
Make a perception check for me.
Is it a sloop? Is it a one sail boat?
3. One big sail and then 2 small ones.
All right. Is there wind?
So that's a 19.
19. Yeah. Okay. You see. Yeah. There's one spot where the thing is like the side wall is kind of like cut out, sort of like a bartender's thing. You know how it flaps up and down, but it's this way, and a rope ladder.
Fantastic. That's exactly what I was looking for. Wonderful. I'm gonna go ahead and throw a glyph of warding on that. Just to keep anybody who I don't want on my ship off of my ship. It's my ship now, by the way. For now, okay, it's my ship for now until you show up, buddy. It's my ship, and I can make it so that the trigger is not who I don't. I can specifically say if Genasi shows up and touches this. What am I going to do?
That ladder moves 10 feet. The glyph triggers. And that includes the boat moving as well.
You said that there's a a little thing that moves up and down, right, to let people in and out.
Yes, if a glyph of warding or the thing that is attached to moves 10 feet from where it is cast, then it triggers.
Oh, never mind. And yeah, and Omega just told me it takes me an hour to cast it, so that's not gonna help me. All right, fine.
It's a big chunker. I just want to make sure that was known. It is a big chunker.
Thank you for letting me know. But I'm just gonna kind of keep an eye out for the rest of my. I'm gonna keep an eye out for the rest of my crew.
Mhm.
And I'm not gonna use it yet. I just want to kind of prep an action.
Yeah, you can hold an action.
I'm just gonna hold it. If I see someone in my gang go to attack someone, that's what procs it. Okay.
Okay.
The action. Okay.
Got it. Okay.
That's it.
Letto.
All right. What up, Valve? I will move the rest of the feet onto the boat.
You know where you are.
Yeah, I immediately
You know where the helm is. You can also kind of figure out like there are probably cannons below deck. If there were to be cannons on the ship, they would be one level down. There is most likely some sort of stern weaponry, and if you take a quick peek, there is a mounted ballista
baby.
on the stern.
I come up and I go, oh, they love me.
There are 3 masts. The sails have not been let down.
Okay. Okay. Pie. As I kind of deposit Bob, I step into the helm and take a hold of the wheel and go, "We need to get those sails down. Can I ask you to help with that, your captain?"
Yeah, if I can,
Okay.
I'll do it. Yeah.
I will do the command of from the helm to give you advantage on the nautical action. And then I will look for like an anchor of a kind that goes, "It's time we did this proper." And going down to I don't know how much of my turn I have left here, but
I'll let you pull up the anchor.
yeah, because I'm a Firbolg, I have the lift of a large-sized creature, and I just pull up this massive chain, put the anchor down, and go back to the helm. "Let's be about it then."
You're doing all this. The boat is still like slowly just. It's not even ready to go yet. You're just. Steph and I spoke about this a little bit before the session. With his proficiency in water vehicles and his background as a pirate, the way that I'm ruling this is that you guys will have your individual turns doing stuff on the boat. If he tells you to do something specifically, then you will have advantage doing that.
Okay.
If you don't know anything nautically, but he asks you to do something, roll an investigation check, and if you roll above an 8, you will have been able to figure out what it is he's asking you to do.
Okay, so do I have to roll now and
On your turn,
Yeah.
okay, got it.
if you choose to do what he's telling you to do, of course.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So my giving a command, was that my action?
No.
Oh,
Yeah, free to just be like, hey, do this.
then
That's
pulling up
their
the anchor,
action
I feel
to
like
do the thing.
pulling up the anchor would have
So-
been the action.
Yeah, pulling
Okay.
up the anchor and taking the helm. Rick is also on the boat. Pi is on the boat. You've told Pi to get the sails down.
Yep. Rick, could I ask of you to go below the deck and see what kind of cannons we're working with? Or if you'd like to be out in the open, the ballista.
You just see them look down at wherever a ballista may be, look back at their wand. No.
They are the most prestigious of deck wizards that can be found on this deep sea ocean. You could be one of them.
Just goes to the edge of the ship and waits.
I'm lost in the sauce.
Yeah, just frothing out the mouth.
That brings us to the top of the third round. The water level is getting higher exponentially. The boat is starting to rise and level itself. We will start Rick at the top, Olok on deck. The water genasi started moving towards you guys on that last turn. The earth, fire, and air genasi and Maisie have made it to their boat. So those three are on the boat as well. The water genasi is Jesus running. Jesus lizard sprinting at you guys on top of the water. And it's like at the end of this round, start of the next round, the boat will be like sailable.
And how far will the
Water
genasi be?
At the end of this round, he will have been able to move 140 feet from his position, so he's still a ways away.
You see that Rick is somewhat growing impatient. He's like, why is this so separated? Why can't we just... And you see he wants to do something, and he can't. And he looks back towards where he saw or where he heard Leto's voice, and then he just...
I'm visible again.
Oh, great. Looks back to Letto, looks down at the floor of the ship, looks back out too far. He's gonna go down and start. He's gonna go check what type of cannons or ballista or anything might be down there.
So there's a ballista mounted on the stern on the top of the boat.
Yeah.
and then there's 2 cannon on the one floor below, so 1 on each side, and there is a pyramid, a perfectly stacked pyramid of cannonballs, like one pyramid stacked next to each cannon.
Aesthetically pleasing pile of cannonballs.
How heavy are these cannonballs?
What's your strength modifier, Rick?
Don't ask. That's not what I asked. I asked, how heavy are they?
I know how heavy they are.
How heavy are they, Letto?
They're 10 pounds. They're not. Generally, cannonballs weren't actually that big. Like, they're smaller than bowling balls.
They don't need to be.
You see, with
You can have
Rick's
inspiration for that.
-1 to strength, you see him go over and just like kind of stare at the balls, stare at the cannon, look back at the ball, and he's like, I doubt it's really that hard. Oh my god! Tries to start lifting and just nope.
I love it.
Mage hand immediately.
Oh my gosh.
I'm not doing this. You go with it. So my action will be to load a cannon.
Sure. Yeah. There's also some gunpowder. Can you roll that investigate? I don't think it's possible for you to roll lower than 8 on investigation.
It's literally not possible.
You can figure out gunpowder go in, ball go in, light boom.
Well, like in kind of the camera peering in as he's doing it, you see him almost settle into familiarity is the wrong word. It's as familiar as someone who has watched a TV show or has listened to music and now knows the music, but they don't know the song.
Yeah, you're like, my toxic trait is thinking that I'd be able to do this, and then you do it, and you're like, I was right.
Yes, very that. And he begins to load the cannon in a way that isn't just a bumbling wizard. That is what I got. And I guess, honestly, I'll probably, the next turn is going to start putting, kind of, Dal can do all 3. 1 each action.
Well, the ballista is up, like above deck. It's on top. Yeah.
You said it's,
so the cannon, 2 cannon are below deck, 1 on each side.
One starboard, 1 port, and then by the bow, there's a ballista.
Great. Yep. Amazing. Yeah, I will get the starboard. Well, whichever way the ship is most easily going to face.
You tell me which one you pick, and I'll turn it.
Great port.
Port it is. Well, my turn.
Yeah, but that is me grumbling to myself.
Olok.
As you guys are on the ship doing your thing, you'll just hear this faint like.
It's terrifying.
And then like a solid like clunk against the side of the ship as Olok is making his way, like climbing up the side. And then like labored breathing. The ship. I mean, he's a giant boulder. It's like a 6-something boulder. So yeah, I'm like the ship kind of like labored breathing from Olok and just
Olok make mistake. Lazy too far.
Just be like,
I look at him.
It was a good thought, Olok.
Look at him. Look at the ballista. Look at him. Dismiss the idea of loading him into the ballista.
I am out of movement, so I am like, I get up to the top of the ship on the deck, and I'm kaput here. I think that's more or less gonna be my turn. I don't think there's anything I can really do or add to this that's gonna be good enough that when we get out there, it's gonna be doing anything. So yeah, I'm here for moral support.
Pie.
Yes.
It is your turn. You have been given the command to let loose the sails.
And that's what I'm gonna do, I think.
Give me an investigation check, please.
Okay. Got it. It's a 10.
10, that is good enough. Yeah, you can kind of figure out what he's asking you to do, and looking at some stuff, you're like, I could probably figure that out. There is a little bit of a ladder, like just pegs of a ladder up the mast. Are you athletics or acrobatics?
Acrobatics.
Okay. Make me an acrobatics check at advantage
Okay.
as you climb the largest mast.
Just untie the knots at the top, but don't get your head too close to them. They like to fly about once they're loose.
I can guidance myself, right?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay, hold on. Probably good, but I'm just double checking. Okay, so that'll be 15.
Yeah, you're good. You scamper up
Woo!
and you let loose one of the knots, and everyone kind of sees when one knot comes loose and the main sail comes down. The other two sails, the other sails on the other two masts also fall down, as if someone, like two other unseen servants, have just been like, "Yep, here we go," at the same time.
I'm just gonna look back at Letto and be like, "Look at it!"
By I don't know any local gods.
Neptune?
By Neptune.
Yeah, the gods in this plane are very, like, you could say the god of perfect sailing weather, and he'd be like, "Sorry."
You're ready.
The god of the perfect mid-afternoon snack while basking in the sun on a boat lost adrift at sea, and he'd be like, "I am here."
I declare us salt-kissed. Let us go and be about.
Yeah, Leto, it is your turn. Pi,
Oh.
you were able to successfully let those sails down, and then you can scamper safely back down to the deck.
I will navigate us portwards to aim the cannons towards the other ship. What other stations are there that I can
So-
direct people to?
You have ballista, you have the two cannons, and then if this ship is properly stocked, as you are hoping that it is, somewhere in here, probably in the captain's quarters, should be like a box of boarding equipment, like
perfect.
grappling hooks, gangplank.
I will say, Olok, I give thee leave to go into mine captain quarters. Find the boarding equipment and prepare to board. As I pull to port, but then once the shots are away, I would call for a reload and then sail towards them to board them, essentially.
Aye, aye, Captain.
And Olok
Cool.
will mosey below deck.
So at the end of this round, real quick, I just want to confirm, are we good to go over like 30? I don't want to take too much time doing this, but cool. At the top of this next round, the boat is fully, like, the water level has gotten to the point where, like, the boat's good. Like, you can now start sailing it as you would hope. You've completely lost track of the water genasi. He slipped underwater. Water genasi can breathe underwater, and this one is fully going for it. Like, had his fun. The other three are on the ship. The sails have not been loosed yet, though. It's just kind of like floating. The anchor's still down. It's just kind of like rocking back and forth as the water level rises. On Leto's turn, as he is at the helm, you can move the ship up to 200 feet in a round.
Let's go!
And if the rest of the party is cool with it, you're allowed to take that movement at the start.
Like
of
at the
turn
20
so
mark?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that everybody's turns they don't have to, like, wait until. Okay, cool. So you have your movement to go 200 feet in any direction. That would put you at, like, just your side of the river line, if
Okay.
that river was still visible, which means it's another, like, almost 300 feet from that point to their ship, you would be able to, at disadvantage, make a cannon or ballista attack against their ship, but you wouldn't be able to aim accurately. It would kind of be like, if you hit, it's probably just going to be the hull.
Okay. Okay. I would say I would move the most of the 200 feet, but then use the remaining feet to be able to lilt portward, exposing port side to the ship. If you've got your shot, take it.
At this point, you wouldn't be able to hear them, but as you do that, the other 3 Genasi would be like, Jesus fucking Christ, is he a fucking pirate?
Captain Sea Cow.
Top of the round is Rick. Rick, you are on the cannon. You are welcome to attempt to fire.
I mean, if it's not going to hit anything vital and it's potentially a disadvantage, he's going to hold the action if they can move their ship. So then they're closer by the time I do it. So he's going to... Why am I debasing? This is... in fact... And he's just going to just hold his wand at the wick, at the part, and when it's ready, he will set it on fire.
Absolutely.
He's gonna sit there, just.
I would also roar out that they could target multiple different parts of the ship. If in the, not right now, but like in the event that they pulled up, you can target the helm, you can target the mast, you can target the hull, you can target
the cannons, the ballista.
Yep, the bridge, like way down. That's where the seacock is. And
I'm going to target the part that's going to put a hole in their ship, so it sinks.
Yeah,
I love that. Yeah, that's good. That's good.
That's my turn. I'm holding my action.
Okay, Olok with Pie on deck.
You kind of lose sight of Olok for a hot second, and then you just hear rattling below the deck. Olok is 100% gonna load a cannon and let her rip.
Yes.
Yeah, you are not even facing the right direction.
Oh.
Because he turned the ship for Rick's cannon to be pointed at there.
Oh no! There's a ballista. There's a ballista on the hull. You can go shoot the ballista
on the outside. If you would like, I will allow an athletics check to see if you want to try to drag the cannon away from one side and then stuff it into a different hole on the other side.
I'll do an athletics. I'll do an athletics.
Okay.
Hell yes. Oh no.
Oh no.
At advantage because Letto, the captain, has asked you to do it.
Oh, thank God. I hope it's more than a 1.
Still counts as a crit for bingo.
It's a 2! No!
Oh no.
Total of 7.
Yeah, you start to pull on it and go, and then just one little pebble pops out of your back.
Ouch.
Just looks
You
back
take
at
1
Olok,
point of damage.
Looks like I'm trying to pull the thing, just shakes her head, looks back, ready's wand. He'll learn.
Bye.
That's my turn. I knew it was going to be a 2, too.
Am
I knew it.
Am I able to
fucking
get
nerd.
down to the ballista? I would very much.
Yeah,
like
the ballista is
It's on the hull. It's on the
shit.
deck. It's at the front of the deck.
Yeah. You just
So I could
walk
like
to the
scamper
back.
down. Because
You're already you scamper down. You're safely on the deck. So yeah, you can walk back to it.
Cool. All right. So that's in the back of the boat, though.
Yeah, it's
Front.
like if you're being. No, you're right. Yeah.
Boat.
Because the helm would be on the back, not So yeah, it'd be on the front, and
It's
it would
aimed,
have.
they're doing this and aiming. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh yes.
It
yes.
can't
this is
turn
a
all
job
the
I would
way-
love.
It can't turn all the way back towards your own hull. It's got like 270 degrees of motion.
So you
But
can't
it
shoot
will
me.
point in most of the way around, right? Oh, this is gonna be fun.
Yeah, this
Part
is
of the
still a
ship.
little bit
Part
too
of the
far
crew.
for a ballista to hit the other ship,
but
not
they're
by
soon.
much.
All right. So do I have to like roll anything in order to see if I can figure out how to use it, or is it pretty self-explanatory?
Do you have proficiency in crossbows?
I have martial weapons and simple weapons.
Martial weapons count.
Martial weapon is crossbows would be included in that. So yeah, you would understand exactly how this ballista works.
Alrighty. And I am loading it and waiting for my chance.
Letto.
Okay. I will move us onward to come up alongside. You said I can get all the way to them on the next turn?
You would still be about 100 feet short of them.
Okay. Then I will move up and then again position myself so that port is
We're not
facing.
double moving on a turn though, right? We're just moving. We're just taking the
Yeah.
movement of the ship to the front instead of on. So it wouldn't be moving again.
Rick is right. You would do this
Yeah.
movement at the start of.
Oh,
the
that's
next
right. Thank
round.
you.
So right now you could be able to do some commands. However, you've kind of given the commands and it's just waiting on positioning at this point.
So what I will do instead, we're still 100 feet away?
You would be. So at the start of next round, when you move 200 more feet,
Okay, that's right.
you'll be 100 feet away.
Okay,
So right now you're 300 feet away.
right now I'm 300 feet away. Dash action. I will. Can I burn that extra distance with my action?
Unfortunately, you are not the wind.
That's fair. I will. This is a bad idea. I have a bad idea. Okay, can I cast Tidal Wave? Not on the boat, but close enough to the boat that it would push us.
I knew what you meant as soon as you brought it up.
Can we surf this bitch?
Let me read Tidal Wave really quick. Conjure up a wave of water that crashes down on an area within range. The area can be up to 30 feet long, 10 feet wide, and up to 10 feet tall. Each creature in that area must make a dexterity saving throw.
It might not be feasible.
I would say no, because it specifically is like this water is crashing. You're conjuring water to crash down on something.
Okay.
Did you put it on the other boat?
I can't. It's 120 feet of range. I will hold my action. I know boats. Oh no, I gotta be able to see it.
Bo knows boats.
They got nobody piloting that thing. I'm just saying.
Yeah. They're kind of dead in the water. I will hold action Tidal Wave on their ship for once we're in range.
You could do that for the water genasi and just blast him back.
Oh, can I make a perception check to see where you're at? And then just him.
Taste the sea.
Drink.
You can definitely try to make a perception check.
15.
You haven't the foggiest.
Damn it. Okay. The area in between. No, I don't want to waste it in case I don't hit him. It's not that big a range. I will hold action. I will hold action for Tidal Wave until we get in within 120 feet of it. And then I will cast that right under the boat, right under the enemy boat. see if I can
Capsize.
see if I can mess this up. I I'm sitting there. I'm like, Maisie will be fine. Let's go. And then I will send another action to prepare to fire. And just foam spitting from my mouth. A wild eye.
Back up at the top of the round. What's happened now? The Earth Genasi has managed to pull the anchor up. Figured that out. The Air Genasi is on the side of the boat, pushing it because it can float, and the boat is in water. So at this point, it's just like, I don't know how to pilot it. Let me just push the front of it to point where I want it to be. It's not the dumbest idea. It's working. The water genasi nowhere to be found. And at the top of the round, as you guys start moving closer, triggers a reaction. The side of their boat opens up, and the fire genasi is on the cannon.
Heads down!
And using just fire genasi fire is able to fire that cannon a lot farther.
Oh, brace! I tackle
I will
Bob to the ground.
I'll roll to hit at a disadvantage because this is prey, is what it is.
Spray and pray, baby.
That's a 9 and a 19. So taking the 9, and I will. It's a +5, so that's a 14, which is good enough to hit the hull.
Brace!
I got my pretty dice out for this.
Ooh.
Oh.
I have 12, 20, 23, 25,
See your
32 points of bludgeoning damage to y'all's hull.
Uh-oh. That's
Okay.
actually a good bit of damage.
What's the total health of the ship?
200 hit points on the hull. All the individual bits and bobs have their own HP, but now there is a hole in the ship that can be patched if someone were to step aside from their job to patch it.
That's like,
This is Sea of Thieves.
can I jump down and cast mending and fix it?
That might work, but it's not your turn yet.
No.
Rick, you guys would be moving 200 feet, so you would enter range for your cannon.
And we got hit.
Mm-hmm.
How far are they again?
Well, he was able to launch it much farther because fire genasi fire.
No, that's totally fair. I'm not noting that. I'm just
after
asking
the 200
what
feet
move
of movement,
now.
they're about 100 feet away from you now.
You got this, Rick.
Oh, there are many things I have. The question is, which one do I do? Sorry, give me just a second. I need to check that. Yeah. I think okay. Teamwork. Woo. You see that he is just holding his wand still, being very, very, very annoyed at the situation. And once the thing actually comes in contact and we get in range, he goes, finally, and then immediately he just boop. And will
that was
ignite
well done.
will ignite the fire and destroy. Attempt to.
Yeah. Do you want to aim at the hull? The
I am
sails
aiming
/ mast?
directly at that bitch who hit us.
The cannon it is. Roll to hit.
The audacity. What am I adding to this?
It's a +5.
Great, 23.
That hit. Yeah, that hits the cannon.
afraid to
You
get away.
launch this you almost in a meticulous I will make a note of this. And you get close enough for him to feel the as you light it and just launch it straight back up the cannon that he's mounting. You can roll 5d10 bludgeoning damage.
Jesus. Okay. Just throwing all the d10s I got right now.
Just as a note, and question for the DM, I do have deflect missile. Would a cannonball count as a missile? If like if I was on the deck and they're shooting the deck and or mass, could I deflect missile?
Yes, because deflect missile just reduces some of the damage, correct?
Probably look at it first.
If you fully reduce,
you can
catch
use
it.
your reaction to deflect or catch the missile when you are hit by a ranged weapon attack. If you do so, the damage you take from the attack is reduced by 1d10 plus 9. If you reduce damage to 0 and have a free hand, you could spend 1 key point to make a ranged attack as a monk. So I could catch it, throw it back.
The odds of you reducing 5d10 bludgeoning damage down to 0 with 1d10 plus 9, very slim. However, you can reduce the damage of a cannonball that does hit you with deflect missile.
Cool. Noted.
Hail hydrate.
Sorry, math. 39 points of damage.
Woohoo!
Yeah, it's safe to say that cannon is no longer usable by them.
Damn.
Yes.
I wanted to be clear. You said cannon. I said the bitch who ignited it. So I'm aiming right above.
Personal.
It goes over the cannon, that little tiny crack.
Just that little middle area. Blow him away.
I want him taken out.
Okay, I'll do it like because
Terrifying.
the amount of space between the cannon and the cannon hole that you would be able to fit a cannonball into is very, very slim. He would still take some of the damage of you hitting the cannon. However,
I know, hit the cannon.
because of the plot and because I think it's funny, roll a D100 for me.
Ooh.
And if you get a 90 or above,
I
you
won't.
fully avoid the
might.
cannon.
It's possible.
60. I thought it was a 9 for a second because it is 90. It is 600. I was like, oh!
He's gonna take some damage still, so don't worry about that. But yeah, that cannon is unusable to them, and the fire genasi, maybe he's learned his lesson.
I then start to move back upstairs.
Well struck, Rick.
Rick's
No.
like, I did what I came to do.
I did thing.
Now that we're within screaming distance, here there be monsters.
Turns around, walks back down. No. No.
Is that the end of your turn?
Yeah, he's just gonna try to move up to get to just be on the top because he is a wizard. He is not a pirate. So there are other things you
I
can
would
do.
say simultaneously as you finish that and walk up to the deck, you make direct eye contact with the water genasi as he has boarded the ship and is about to like grab Leonin.
Bad idea.
And like he makes direct eye contact with you, and that was how his turn ended. Was him boarding the ship. Yes, Leto.
If we are within the correct distance, does my held action for tidal wave proc?
Yes. However,
Okay.
I will say before you confirm this, the VIP Maisie is also on that ship.
We have been instructed that no holds barred, actually. And that these are wonderful exercises for the clerics and paladins as well.
Swimmer
I
die,
cannot-
boy.
That is a level 20 monk. I'm not scared.
I cannot tell you how Leto would process that information. So yeah,
From the depths, as below, so above. May the maw take you. And I'll
That's
cast.
wild.
And I'll cast Tidal Wave. The ship question mark needs a dexterity saving throw of 14. And there's no one at the helm.
Nobody is helming their ship.
So it's just dead in the water. Geyser.
The air genasi is just casually pushing it. And I will say that he, seeing this, would float away from the ship and just leave his earth and fire genasi cousins to take this tidal wave like full on.
Drink up of me, hearties, yo ho!
I will give them both dexterity saving throws at disadvantage.
Oh, beautiful. Okay.
Oh God.
Chip needs the dexterity save of 14. Failed save, 48 bludgeoning damage, knocked prone. The prone is kind of my clincher here, as I am essentially.
Well, that would be for the people on the ship.
Sure. Big ass wave.
Mm-hmm.
I probably can't capsize the thing then.
Magic wouldn't. Just the ship is integral to this practical exam, so
Sure.
it would not capsize.
Sure.
They both failed. They rolled an 8 and a 1.
Okay, they're down. They're knocked prone.
And roll your damage. Roll your damage.
Damn. 19 plus 6, 25.
Okay. How much HP do you guys have? I forgot to check.
I have 28.
Yeah, I was gonna say that
38.
feels.
I'm a squishy boy.
40.
You have 28? 31.
38.
43 for Olok and then 28 for Leno. Okay, I was gonna say I think it's probably right around 30. So 25 points of bludgeoning damage. The fire genasi is not happy. The earth genasi clearly is hurt, but not as bad as the fire genasi. The air genasi has kind of been like, oh, this sucks. I hate this.
We need that back.
Yeah, okay. So that happens. Rick had his turn. Olok, it is your turn. You're still below deck at the cannon. There is a hole in part of it.
Mm-hmm. I love the idea of Rick popping his head up, seeing the water genasi, him going down, and Olok's head popping up as he like clunks his way up the stairs. He is 100% going to make quite a few attacks at this water genasi, 4 in total. So I'll do 2 attacks with the quarterstaff and then Fury of Blows, so that's another 2 unarmed.
Okay,
Nice.
you can make all 4 of those rolls. His AC is 14.
14. All right, let's go. I'm gonna do 4. Well, let's do them in order. I'm not gonna do this grossly here. All right. What was his AC?
14
14. Okay, first one's 15.
hits.
18 plus 17, that's 20.
25.
25.
That hits.
That hits. And then unarmed strike number 1, that's a 19 plus 7, so that's 26. And then another 19, another 26. So all 4 are gonna hit. So
Okay, he will. What is it called? Evasion
Okay.
or uncanny dodge. Sorry, he's gonna uncanny dodge the first punch. So roll that damage, and he's gonna take half of it.
Okay. So first damage is 1d6 plus 4d6. So it's 9 total for the first one.
Okay, so he takes 5 of that.
Okay. And then I'm just gonna do the next 3 because that's 1d6 plus 4 for the next 3 attacks.
Mhm.
So 4, it's 10. Oof. That's 15 total. That's, uh-oh. What did I say? 15? That's another 10. 25 in total.
Still up. Not looking good.
Solid. So that first one will be his bow staff. It'll kind of come down for like a jog, a slam, kind of hits him a little bit. He'll spin around, do another one, clock him. As he does that, it kind of locks the bow staff to his side, and then he just 2 fists come flying at him.
Willionaire loves this. Willionaire's like, hit him!
Do it!
This is where I get clued in that this is all happening basically right behind me, and I'm like, what? Oh!
Yeah, this is definitely a sight to behold, because as up to this point, you haven't seen Olok move this quickly or move in any sort of manner like this. He's been this docile, slow walking.
Blood and salt.
Yeah. Now he's this like full, well, he's a monk. Kicking ass, taking names. These hands are ready for everyone.
So much ass.
Yarg, he'd be kicking so much ass. And that's my turn.
Hi.
I'm just knocking this dude.
Okay, so weird question, but considering how much damage this other ship has done, can I see Maisie at all inside the other ship?
Maisie, at 100 feet away, you could probably be able to see her. She is still just on top of the hull. She's like where the crew deck. She's up.
Okay, so I can see.
She got hit with the tidal wave and just took that to her face and laughed as it happened.
Oh, well, okay. As long as she's cool. So if I took a flying leap off the front of the ship before casting a spell, could I get within 90 feet of her?
When you say flying leap,
I just need to get 10 extra feet closer.
okay, so this isn't a spell called the flying leap.
No.
Okay.
No, this is literally
Yeet.
jumping.
The opposite
Okay.
of going
Yeet.
yeet.
Let's see real quick. What is possible here?
I mean,
When you make a
I'm on-
long jump, you cover a number of feet up to your strength score. Score, not modifier. If you move at least 10 feet on foot immediately before the jump. When making a standing long, which is what you'd be doing. So, what's your strength score?
11.
So,
Technically.
yeah, if you had the 10 feet run up and you leapt off the front of the boat, technically, Maisie could be, theoretically, within 89 feet of you.
Is she required to resist saves against our team?
That is not something you're aware of.
Fuck. Okay. Because here's what I'd like to do. I have the ability, as long as I'm within 90 feet, I can switch places. I can teleport and switch places with someone if they fail a charisma save. Could I? Hoping and praying that they don't take it. Could I get her onto our ship? And then just hope my crew comes to get me.
If you leap 10 feet off the front of the boat and then switch places with Maisie,
Yeah.
she would not be on the boat. She would be
fuck.
10 feet off of the boat.
That won't work. Fuck, that would have been funny.
If it wasn't movement and action, I'd say hold your action. But you gotta move and
I gotta
act.
do both.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so then here's my other question. Is what's his face who Olok just beat the fuck out of? Is he still looking like he's ready to like steal Willionaire?
He's looking like he's ready to pass out.
So I don't have to worry
He
about
just
him
took
anymore?
bow staff to the dome as a rogue.
Crack.
And then
crunch.
more or less had 2 boulders on
yeah.
him at block 1.
Full disclosure, if he did not uncanny dodge the first punch, he would be down right now.
Okay.
My boy got like 3-4 health points.
Oh, I don't have anything else I can do. Oh man.
I wrote down his
just
HP.
take
I was
him
like,
out,
I'm gonna
Andy,
yeah.
just take him
and then
out.
yep.
Just wipe
He was
him.
at
Take him out?
26
Comes onto
after the
our
first
boat?
hit, and then you hit him for 25. I was like, there's no way.
Just deal with the dude on our
Break
boat.
him.
I can take care of him. Okay, fine.
Yeah.
Then
He's
I
got
will,
1
down.
HP. Just throw a
I'll
sponge
take that
at
guy
him.
down. Yep, it's fine. I'll come at him.
Probably would
then.
work on a water
That's
Johnson.
fine. Can I hit him? Is that fine? I can get
yeah,
up to
I
him.
mean, you can roll to hit, absolutely.
Yeah, let's do it. Okay. I got a flail. I can smack at him.
Oh, flails are scary. Flails look rough.
That's a 12.
They're designed to go over the top of shields.
Yeah.
That's a 12.
Oh,
His AC is 14.
14.
Do you have a
Okay.
second attack?
Or
Nope.
a bonus action attack?
just spit on him. Just
No. Bonus action. I can call my spiritual weapon, but I think I have to drop everything else. No, I can't do that.
Oh,
Fuck.
okay.
I can do. It says bonus action. I can do these cantrips.
Yeah, you might have a bonus action cantrip. Which ones?
Can I freeze time and put him off balance? Can I freeze time and drop
You
something on him?
specifically can't do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, moment in time. Is,
I can't
yeah.
touch him, but I can do something.
If you were to do
leave it in
anything,
time.
yeah.
It had to be
it-
something I'm already holding.
Yeah, I mean, if you're already holding something heavy enough to knock this person off balance, then it's something that you would not just be holding.
What if I put my flail up in the air and then unfreeze time so it fell on him?
hold
That
up.
would be funny.
Wait a minute.
Can I?
I mean,
It'd be funny as hell.
and
It's falling damage. I
stop
would take my
and
flail.
think is a bonus action?
Yeah. Moment to think is it says under my bonus actions, it says spells, moment to think. It's a cantrip.
That is wild for a bonus action.
Crazy.
I'll allow it.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. All right. So I will pop time. I'm right there. I'm just gonna take my flail and I'm just gonna be like, all right. I do the mental math, and I just kind of get it as far up as I possibly can. So I'm positive it's gonna fall straight down, come down, and then unfreeze time, and it just bam lands on him.
Yeah. And then it just kind of like falls to the ground. How high do you think you're able to put a flail?
I'm pretty tall, actually.
At most, it would hit, even if it did hit him in the head, he would go, ow. Meanwhile, Olok literally put a bow staff through this man's head. If you were like 10 feet in the air,
Oh, can I get up that far?
no.
Are you next to the ballista?
Yeah, but it won't turn around that far, I don't think, will it?
It can't, yeah, it can't aim back at its own hole.
I would toss it up, except I think as soon as I let go of it, it freezes.
Yep. And then it would just fall immediately.
Still
It's
valiant
okay
effort.
if he lives for a few more seconds. On 1 HP.
I mean, that's fine. I can, as long as
I'll
nobody's
let
going to be
you
like
live.
taking anybody out. If as long as he can't take Willionaire out, I'm fine.
Both of you would get an opportunity attack against him.
Okay.
Yeah. You guys are in good position.
All right. Who's up?
Letto,
Hmm.
we'll go with yours, and then that will be. We will pick up next week with the rest of this.
Okay.
Which I don't expect to take much longer.
Threat behind me. Because nearby Bob, you
Being
watch
dealt with.
being dealt with, but needs to be dealt with. And you're gonna watch as I reach out along the side of some of the splashing water, grab some of it into an ice knife, and try to just pile drive it into the throat of this guy. With an 8 to hit.
The unhittable rogue. He was Olok. He was letting you get those in. He said, "Don't worry about it, dog. I got something for y'all." He said 1 HP. Don't worry about it. This is all the 1 HP I need.
Yeah.
I can't do anything with my bonus action. That's that.
That's the end of that round. From there, and the fire genasi is knocked out. The water genasi is, clearly God. The earth genasi.
Not God in these hands.
The earth genasi is still stabilizing on deck. The air genasi, however, has pulled out the item that they believe to be some sort of life essence conduit. And it does sort of just look like a stick that's been bent into the shape of, like, if kids found it, they'd be like, this is a gun.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly like that. And you guys are not close enough to tell if it is just a stick or if it's something else. And he has floated down in front of your ship and pointed this item as if it is a gun at the ship. And that is where we're going to end this part of combat, and we will pick up here next week with the Genasi cousins. Just fighting for their lives at this point. Full on 3 people beat down on just the. Have you guys heard the audio? Just like, no, let him up, and it's just more kicking.
Let him get him up.
Yeah. That's what's happening to this poor guy. All he's trying to do is get an A in class right now.
Oh my god.
Ugh.
He's getting an H for hands.
and a B for bow staff to the brains.
Oh, it's beautiful.
That is the end of this week. We will pick up next week with the rest of this combat. I don't expect it to go much longer, as they've already taken out 2 of this family. They might just go for the whole tree at this point.
Lineage gone.
We got to explore a few things. We learned some things. There's more to uncover. There's more mystery to unravel. I'm excited about where we got to and where we ended up. I'm excited to see the end of this combat and what I have planned for next week. I will pass it off to one by one these, by the way, criminals who assaulted just a merchant, just a regular law-abiding, minding his own business, just a guy, just trying to make a buck to feed his kids, soup for his family. So I'll pass it off to these one by one. We'll start with Aiden.
My name is Chezaidan. You can find me Chezaidan on most of the social medias. I don't have a lot going on right now. I will be at the Oregon Ren Fair the last weekend of, I think it's June 17th to the 18th or the 18th to the 19th. That weekend. I'm going to be there for the Multiverse of Madness weekend. Look for a very tactical wizard. I'll be there. Please say hi. And you might just get a shiny rock that I've been collecting. So yeah, that's it for me. Thank you so much. This has been another great session. I'm loving the combat. I'm loving to flex the Kerell's monk speed and whatnot. And yeah, I'm excited for next session.
Can you tell us just a little bit about Olok, like where his mental state?
Olok is in his, I mean, without being in the physical state of monk state, which is the thing that I can technically do. He is in his monk state. He is really, like I said, he's getting to flex his skills as a monk, as opposed to being the passive, making sure everybody's okay and doing stuff. He's now playing his role in this team at full capacity, and he's loving every second of it. He gets to be the protector. He gets to be the defender, and really stretch his legs out in this because, he's going from a slow, meandering hulk of rock to a lightning quick, fury of blows monk. So yeah, very, very excited. I will pass it on to Annie.
Hey, I'm Annie. I'm a teacher and editor, top 1% effects creator over on TikTok. But you guys know me as Here25 over here on Twitch. Pi is trying to figure out where she fits in all of this. Some weird stuff going down. And just, I don't know, trying to be a help to the team. Sorry, I'll pass it on to CB.
Hey everybody, again, Omega here, also known as Critbard. Critbard across all social media channels. You can find me everywhere at Critbard. First things I'm doing next weekend, I should say, is MagicCon Vegas. I will be in Vegas for MagicCon doing a meet and greet as well as a BIPOC mixer that I and another individual are co-heading. Also going to be doing so much magic in general while I'm there. So if you're in the area, say hi. If not, totally fine. There's other cons. Rick is yet again over it. It's the fact that Friday was a bust and then they went into a town and became criminals, and now has to have not revealed, but just like put his things are important to him into a position that might be harmful to it or to him and the things that he's doing. Fuck pirates. Shit, this is not it for a wizard. So he's let's get this good grade, and luckily he's a good friend. I think maybe, probably not. Yeah, that's Rick. Feff.
That's me. I'm Feff. I'm the humble dungeon master of the Longshot table, and we're currently off season, which means we have amazing dungeon masters come in and run the summer series. Ben Brainard, excellent example. But also Kiki and James, Hugger Muggard and Kiki Does Stuff is running the other one, which was yesterday, first episode, and it was really, really good. You can get caught up on all of this stuff for the summer series. You can catch it on the Twitch right now. It'll be on for like another 13 or so days, but when we're on season, we have 4 weekly streamed campaigns that I DM for, and you can catch up on all the things you need to know about it on the Discord and the YouTube. The YouTube is called Longshot, the Discord also called Longshot. It is a phenomenal community that is as chaotic as it is wholesome, but it is also the proud home of bingo. And and if anyone got bingo, you should go over to the Doom Scroll channel and show us your dub. I'm living my piratey, I'm living the dream right now, man. It's great. And it's very fun. I didn't really consider the fact that I really am just dragging the party into a life of crime, no turning back, because he already was a life of crime, no turning back in his head this whole time being a pirate. And this place is a place for pirates to a certain degree. It's got, and it was freed by a pirate's aid, and so I'm really excited to kind of be the contrast, if that makes sense, from a player perspective. From a character perspective, it's like, oh crap. But from a player perspective, I think I'm excited to be like, what do you mean this place was born of violence? That was me being kind, and that also being true, and from his perspective, and kind of picking that apart and maybe breaking Letto down a bit. We'll see. I think that's it for me. everybody. So everyone pile into this rave. We're going to kick it with Shane Wally, one of the veteran players of the Longshot table in our Tuesday campaign Terraform, alongside Ben and CB, and also Aiden. Welcome to the table. As you're also going to be joining the roster, which more information about soon you can find on the Discord. Goodbye, everybody.